Oh, I guess we're doing this again. I am, well, I was the once mad, but now dead middleman. I am here to, I don't know, just talk into the air until people show up. Um, should anyone pop into the chat, by all means, if you want to come in, let me. And I'm not against having company tonight. I've been fed properly, so you don't have to worry about me eating anyone tonight. However, I do recommend that you eat your enemies. Your enemies are definitely worth eating. So let me think. Since I have to sit here and take care of dead air without people around, orc lives matter, and you're a racist if you don't believe that. This will be a catastrophe, especially since I'm starting by myself. I have no one, and no one wants to join. Well, I'm sure somebody does, but drugs are good. Give them to your children. Am I demonetized yet? I'd appreciate it if I would be. Oh, wait. Maybe I am. Oh, for fuck's sake, I forgot to take this thing off the Twitter thing, didn't I? God damn it. Well, I guess my Twitter's still active. Hey, little Jay. Link. A link. Join if you want. Join if you can. Join if you eat green eggs and ham. Yeah, I'm a little cheesy tonight. It's cool. Or maybe it isn't, I don't know. Kill the orcs. Yes. Yes, the orcs. They are the blight on society. They are the ones that are making movies racist fucking 10 years after they've been made. Welcome to the late night stream where I lose my fucking mind. Over what? We do not know. We do not care. Yeah, it's a real shame I don't have a better setup, because otherwise I'd sit here and work on things while and take praise for my less than adequate artistic skills. How many people are enjoying hearing me flounder right now? Is it entertaining? Ah, Green Badger. Good evening, sir. Madam. I don't know. I don't believe I've ever gotten clarification on that. Well, I'm going to go with good evening. It's just more polite, I suppose. Forgive me if I'm rambling. Dead air is something I don't much appreciate, and I'm sure most people don't appreciate listening to nothing but dead air. So I got to do something. Green Badger, if you see the hangout and you would like to jump in, by all means, feel free to. This is a toxic stream. It is open to everyone. You identify as an AR-15. Well, you are welcome in my group then. In fact, we need more people identifying as guns, and identifying as gunsmiths, I think, would be a better one. It seems to be a trade that we're not really keen on keeping around, apparently. Oh, the blood of the innocent is so sweet. Gaming, why aren't you in here? I sent you a link in the Discords. You should already have a link. You should be here, entertaining me, helping me fill fucking dead air. Because the last stream was a sandwich. This one is a toxic stream. Ooh, and we have our first victim for the evening.
Oh dear.
Oh, Dork Oracle, how are you?
Please let me go. I'll do anything you want me to.
Oh, in that case, you must stay.
Oh no. I'm trapped. He's got me in his basement, everyone.
And for the record, I have multiple basements.
Shit.
Ah, little J, welcome. And yes, Faye, I welcome the trolls. They are more than welcome to jump in. It matters not to me. That's what makes the toxic stream toxic. Everyone is invited, including the most toxic of individuals. No one is blocked, no one is banned, everyone is welcome.
Yes. That brings a good conversation. I like that.
It brings differing ideas, if nothing else.
Yeah. It does get tiring talking to the same ideals all the time.
It does. I mean, granted, that's also how you make friends, is, you find people that share common philosophies and work from there.
I also like making friends with people of like opposite ideas as well. Like one of my good friends is quite a leftist, but we're still friends, so that's all right.
Leftists can be all right until they get to the insufferable arguments. Same with the far right.
I try not to. Well, I try and give her the facts when I can if we get onto the subject, but I don't push it too much. When she starts the NPC talk, that's when I'm just like, okay, let's move on.
Yeah, that's generally better. Jay, are you able to speak, or is the side?
Are you alive, good sir?
He may not be. Are you? Oh, he says 1 sec.
1 sec.
Oh, that was 1 second ago. Ah, your mic. You still having issues with that thing? Apparently so. Microphone troubles. Well, that's always the best.
While we're waiting, let me just share the link to the stream.
You can actually feel free to not only share the link, but also share the Hangout link.
Oh.
Since technically I'm not on Twitter, even though I forgot to unmark the little checkbox, and I'm sure it's the first thing that people are, hey, wait, he said he wasn't going to be on here anymore. Oh, well.
Oh, well.
It happens.
Indeed.
I'm just not using the account right. It is better to be the dead metal man at the moment.
Indeed.
It's far more pleasant.
Time to share the link and time for a cuppa and a chat. How's that sound?
Sounds good to me.
If you know what I'm saying.
Oh. And little J is
no.
Gone. Oh no.
Cuppa means like a cup of tea or a cup of coffee, by the way.
I was thinking like we were going to have a police officer in here.
What? Oh, you mean like a copper?
Yeah.
I can see how copper and cuppa sound similar.
Well, to my somewhat uneducated ears. But I will at least be the first person to say that I do know the difference in dialect, and I can generally tell when somebody's from Australia or Britain.
Yes, but do you know the different dialect in Britain? They have so many different accents, it's ridiculous. And the different dialect in Australia, we have a couple of different accents here too. Interestingly enough.
You've got like the more proper speakers, and then you've got the I guess for the best the best equation I can give to it would probably be something along the lines of you've got people that speak proper here, and then you've got the rednecks. Yeah,
well, we have Bogan, which is like rednecks. So I'm kind of in between because I came from a Bogan area and a Bogan family, and my husband came from quite the opposite. His family's from Victoria, so they're quite prim and proper.
Hey Jay, your your mic is popping, but you're not.
Oh dear.
Oh shit! The
I hear
Transformers are
robots.
eating him.
How about now?
Oh,
There you go.
yay!
I got
There
voice
he
meter
is.
and it fucks up.
So how you doing tonight, man?
Well, let's see. This will describe how I'm feeling.
Woo! Good old Ric Flair.
Yes. Nah, I'm doing great.
That's good.
And yes, Ace, absolutely no lives matter. We all die. And hail Satan.
That's a good body count, though.
I despise all lives equally.
Pretty much, yeah. And Pickle, feel free to roll in. Ace, you as well. Faye, you as well. If there is a link to the Hangout, you are more than welcome to jump in at any point.
All right.
Just not in the middle of me actually talking, because that's just rude. Good luck trying to time that out. You're more than welcome on my stream, but if you show up while I'm talking and you interrupt me, well, then you're gone. If only I was that crazy. No, I don't even be crazy. That'd just be more of a dick move. We're moving the microphones around, are we? I can do that too. I choose not to. Condenser mics pick up a lot.
I'm sure is your Twitter still active?
My Twitter is still active. I'm just not active on Twitter.
Okay, it's not showing up for me. I'm sure I follow you.
I was going to say, then shut the fuck up and stop talking so much. Well, I am a motor mouth. It's going to be a bit hard. Legos are best.
Oh well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm still on Twitter. I can still access it.
I guess Twitter just hates you because you're not showing up for me.
Oh, wait, that's right. I'm shadow banned. I keep forgetting. I made terrible pictures of Kathy Griffin as a fucking tranny with Jim.
Oh.
Apparently, I should have censored out the balls. For some reason, a loose scrotum floating around is somehow detrimental to your life on Twitter. I hear microphone rumblings. What the hell was that, Jay?
It's me tapping the mic.
So what you been up to, man?
I've been around streaming. Just
Ace.
Oh, hello.
Greetings, sir. And how are you?
No, I'm just, hanging out, being a lovely meat sack, marinating some beer for you.
Fucking A. As long as you know what to marinate yourself in. That's all that matters.
Yes. A little bit of rum and a little bit of beer. So, I got different flavors of different worlds.
So you're pirate spiced.
Yes. Ha!
I was going to say, add a little bit of meat in there, and I think you pretty much got like all your basic food groups.
Well, I made sure I went with the clear rum, so that way, it's not too dark, and the meat doesn't get too tainted for you.
Let's see.
And this is why I like you, man. You think about my appetite for later.
I try, especially when we hail Satan, we got to think about these things.
Ah, yes. Hail Satan and Mr. Satan for all the Dragon Ball people. No, I actually have 7 people watching.
Oh,
7 more than I thought would.
I wish...
We'll get more. Don't you worry. I'm fucking posting it everywhere.
I wish
Oh,
my
You'll
fucking tiny human was up to sit here and hail Satan with me.
You'll
I
have
was the
fucking
tiny
viewers
human.
coming out your ass, mate. Sorry.
Oh shit! I don't know if I want viewers coming out of my ass. That might be a little weird.
You'll love it.
Well, I'm willing to try anything at least once.
Remember that time Opal
Payback.
put our hangout link in Reddit?
Yeah, and I remember her posting it not only in what was it? She posted it in the Christian channel. She posted it in the Furry
Oh my
channel.
god.
Yeah. Is he
Why?
sexy Jesus or something?
Oh yeah, well, I still remember the people that were messaging her going, "You people don't sound very Christian." What the fuck was
Oh
your?
dear.
Yeah,
Wait,
my
we were
first
talking
stream ever. Our friend Opal decided to post the link everywhere.
Hmm.
A little bit of love for Azathoth. You know what? Yeah. Here's to Azathoth. Cheers.
What's that?
I don't drink, but I
good.
got a coffee. Can I chill with that?
Well, technically, I'm drinking tea, so yes. And no, Green
sweet.
Badger said, "I hear a lot of hail Satan, but can I get a little love for Azathoth?" And it's like, yes, you can. We need all the what is it? Is Azathoth a demon or archduke, or is it just fallen angel? I can never.
I thought that was that place in World of Warcraft.
Oh, no. I also
that's
thought it was
Azeroth.
the guy
Never mind.
with Soul Calibur, but
Azathoth is a deity in the Chulu mythos.
oh, the Cthulhu mythos.
There you go.
Hercuro. My Mexican sense tingled.
Google is one hell of a thing.
Yeah, but if I want a good signal, I can only keep like 2 windows open, and I've got 3 going at the moment.
I need some advice.
This is what it's like to run a live stream on a potato.
Oh wait, a female needs
Potato.
advice.
Oh no,
Yes.
we're men.
How did you guys escape the Metal Man's basement?
I helped to make it.
Yeah,
He stole me.
I'm one of the
I'm
cool
stuck in his basement. I don't know how. I'm forced to be on the stream, and I'm chained up.
You need to
Please
chew
help.
off your fucking arms. Like that's why I did.
Yes.
Like I went, the armless route so that way he can't fucking go for my wrists again. He can't chain me up that way. And I could just keep moving on and fucking just jab him in the eye with my nubs.
But I need my arms to clean and cook. I'm a useless woman if I can't do that.
Yeah,
there's a chick who has no arms and just feet who brushes her teeth. She cooks for her family. You'll be fine. Like I do it all the time.
Okay.
Like I'm good.
Unless,
right,
of course,
sweet.
you make me mad and I just turn you into a pleasure torso.
It's better than the tortured legs.
Who needs legs or arms? That means you'll just fight back. Jesus.
I mean,
if I wasn't already in hell, I'd be going straight here.
I mean, you could still choke them out with your fucking legs.
Or your yeah. Getting a
If
good
only
headbutt
I was
here
wearing high heels. Yeah, if I was wearing high heels, I'm sure I could do something to him. But
oh no!
I guess I could just I could develop Stockholm syndrome and gain trust.
You get his throat right in the back of your fucking knee, right? And then you fucking wrap your other leg around and just push his fucking throat up against your knee. He'll pass the fuck out.
Oh, sweet. Neat trick. I'll try it.
Yeah, it works.
That's not really... I'll have to, train a little bit. It's not really my thing. I'm usually this submissive, so I'm not sure how to... I'll figure it out.
That's how you lure him in, false sense of security.
That's what I'm saying.
And then when he's in, you fucking choke him out.
So, while you're under the anesthetic the first time, remove both arms and both legs. Gotcha. Duly noted. Thank you very much.
She could be like the Black Knight. She's just a torso, but it's just a flesh wound.
Come back here. I'll bite you to death.
I'll bite you to death.
I still love watching
dear.
that movie.
Oh dear.
Oh, there's a child. Fresh
You can't
sacrifice.
eat. Women and children last.
Women and children first.
No, I saw that in a comedy bit, like a parody of Titanic. It's like, oh God, men first, women and children last.
Oh shit! Something is on fire.
Oh no.
No, it's
What
okay.
did you
It
do?
can't be much. Oh, shit, I don't know. Probably stepped in the wrong area.
You probably just sneezed and like, shit.
Yeah. Oh well, whatever. Smells of ozone in here now. It's fine. So yes, I don't have any particular topics or anything. So if you guys have anything you've been wanting to, scream about, feel free to.
It's fucking raining.
That's always shit.
Yeah.
Really?
But
It's
LA.
fucking hot here.
Yeah, we were on fire, so I take the rain any day now.
I was gonna say if it came down to being, on fire or underwater, I'd prefer underwater.
Yeah, well, it should have rained a week ago because the fire stopped, so now we got flash flood warnings.
Fucking course.
You're like, thanks God, you're a day late.
Oh man. So you weren't hit with the fires, were you?
Nah, I'm in the inner cities.
Good deal. Yeah, I was sitting there. I was kind of worried about everyone out there because it's like I know you and Stabby are out there, and I'm sure there's more people that I've talked to that are out there right now, and it's like, man,
No,
hope
yeah,
you guys are all right.
yeah,
Everyone else suck a dick, but I hope everyone else is all right.
yeah. I mean, that was literally hell on earth for a couple of weeks. Damn sun
Hey,
was always
Faye.
orange.
Hey,
How are you?
good. I had to get coffee and start up the computer.
Yay! I have fellow insomniacs with me tonight.
Mark is gone for a week and he works overnight, so this is the time I get to talk to him while he's on break.
Oh.
Which is what that
Oh,
little
shit.
chirping you'll hear in the background is him texting.
One of my friends pointed it out, and ever since then, I cannot not hear it. And every time I hear that little whistle, all I can think is, nobody likes you. I had to put my phone on silent because after a while, it just started eating into my depression.
Yeah, I'm not putting my phone on silent. You're going to have to listen to the chirping.
Nah, that's fine.
Every time I hear it, I hear, here comes the dick pic.
There's that, too.
They might, I doubt I'm going to get any dick pics right now. His boss and coworkers might object.
I was going to say, there's 13 people watching.
Will they object or will they join in?
Ew.
Oh, for the 13 people watching, by the way, there's only 5 thumbs up to this stream, so hit that fucking like button, you damn bastards.
Stab it till it bleeds. I keep trying to do that too. I keep hitting the like buttons on people's things, and it never starts bleeding for me. It just turns blue or turns gray. They really should offer one
Yeah.
where it's like,
You've
hit it too many times.
Hit the dislike button. It's still an interaction.
Don't already did.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, cunts, hit that, smash that fucking like button, cunts. Come on.
Or
Fucking-
dislike.
Come on.
Don't let them tell you what
Just
to do.
smash a
Dislike
button. Who cares?
Exactly.
This isn't a red pill, blue pill kind of situation. Just smash a button. I'll know you were there.
Remember when we got all those dislikes from that show we did from Kilroy's Closet? Oh, that shit was funny.
So why is it titled Orc Lives Matter?
I was going to ask that too. There was supposed to be a stream yesterday on it, and they canceled the stream. What the fuck is with this orc shit?
Apparently, apparently people are racist towards orcs because orcs are a representation of immigrants or some shit.
What?
I don't know. It's stupid.
Fictional characters,
like Lord of the Rings or something.
Yeah, from what I understand, people have been kicking up shit because of Lord of the Rings 10 years after the fucking fact.
So fucking... well, look, if they're gonna watch something like fucking Revenge of the Nerds or some other movie, like from 10, 15, something from the 80s, they'd fucking kick up the shit if that was made today. Like, if they're talking about something 10 years ago, how far back are they going to go? Because, you know, Revenge of the Nerds is kind of like a rape movie. Like, in those days, not so much. These days, yes, it would be a rape movie. But what's next? What do you reckon?
It's probably people who never seen the movie to begin with. Probably never grew up with it. So they're like, oh, shit, this happened?
I mean, even more recently, you want to talk about a movie that you can't fucking make again? Like Missed Outfire.
No.
Oh, yeah.
That would cause everyone's head to explode. Well, you didn't get an actual trans person to play.
That's not the point.
Oh, fucking...
Nor did we go out and find a real cross-dresser either.
Oh shit, that's right. Buzz of the Hive in your chat, he just brought up the hell they're going after Rudolph as well. Like the
nobody.
Yeah, the old claymation fucking movies. Like I know most of us fucking grew up on that shit. Where like they had fucking Rudolph, they had the fucking Iceman, Santa Claus, all like there's like good fucking 30 of them. Mm-hmm. And like they're going after all of those shit. Even Charlie Brown. They fucking gave Charlie Brown a bunch of shit for Thanksgiving because the black kid was sitting by himself.
Okay.
All right.
I'm trying to piece the connection along, but I'm not seeing it.
What they try to fucking say is because the black kid, and Charlie Brown specifically, was sitting by himself and all the other white people were across the table. It bleeds of white privilege and the fact that he's by himself. So it shows how he's poor, he's alone, and this is not what America is, where it doesn't have the inclusion factor. It's like, bitch.
Maybe he's a dick.
I want to take a stab at this, then. This sounds like it could be fun. In that case, the Avengers is fucking racist against Irishmen because they have a Hulk. But he's only useful when he's angry. Well, you're saying that Irish people are only useful when they're drunk?
Well,
yes.
wouldn't it be fair to say that Black Panther is pretty fucking racist?
Yeah.
Oh, no, you can't do that because that goes against the SJW code of ethics. You can't.
Well, no, we can say it's racist against Asians, like.
Oh, you could.
Because Asians are a majority of immigrants around the world, you know, so...
Not only that, they have such a fucking privilege. Like, and if you want to really talk about a fucking privilege factor, it's Asians and Indians. Like,
yes, Asian privilege. Like, they are far above white people when it comes to privilege, and they are far beyond, like, discriminated against. Like, more discriminated against in universities than white people are. Like, they take away points from those cunts.
Yes.
You know, and they get better paying jobs, they get higher grades. Their overall IQ score is much higher than white people's because it goes.
See, when it comes to the whole IQ, like, I'll fight somebody over that because I don't buy into the bullshit of IQ, but it's all about the fucking work ethic that the Asian ethnicity has bred into them of, you know, you just fucking work, you fucking go to school, you get good grades, you get a good job. And you're absolutely right, though, with the whole university thing, because I want to say it's the SATs that they'll actually take points away when people are applying to a fucking university.
214 points.
There you go.
Whoa, really?
Oh, yeah.
Not even like fucking 20 or some shit. No, we're going for the full
214.
214.
And
Yep.
they give those points to the black people
Yes.
because, because they're poor things that need help. We can't treat them like equal human beings. No, that would be racist.
And the black
for
friends I
Asians,
have are smart.
Asians have to score 214 points higher. Whites, I believe it's 180 higher. And then minorities, quote unquote, are given 150. And I believe somebody was bitching about that because they weren't given 214 points. They're only given 150. As opposed to Asians having 214 points taken away and whites having 180 taken away. Minorities are only given 150, so that's not equal.
How about if you've actually...
Somehow, not equal.
If you've actually put forth the effort and you've earned the score, then what the fuck does your skin color matter?
Personally,
I'm sorry. That's probably an alt-right way of thinking. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a racist way of thinking. You have to make sure that everybody focuses on skin color all the time, and we help out the poor black people. See, they're not smart enough to go get IDs and to get into universities. That'd be a racist way of thinking to treat them like equals.
why does
Silly
the university need to know what race an applicant is?
It's not even racist. It's also misogynist because you got to think about it this way. Fucking a lot of people fucking bitch about, oh, female does this, female does that, blah, blah, blah. Like the question was posed to fucking Trump while he was on the campaign trail of like, I'm a female. And if I work this many hours, then blah, 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 what are you going to do about my pay? He goes, well, if you put in the hours and, your merit equals what your fucking pay is, then it's fine. And like, he totally slapped the bitch down of like, it's about your fucking merit, not who you are as a person.
Have you guys seen the articles that have come out saying that women are so stressed and can't handle the workload so much that they need to get paid the same wages but work less hours? Women need to work minimum of 25 to 30 hours a week, and that's what women should be working because women can't handle the workload, which I've been saying a long time. Women they're just not built the same way men are, and in fact, men have less rights than women do right now, so we don't get special treatment, honey. I'm sorry. Just because we have a snatch doesn't mean we deserve special treatment.
Have
you guys seen those articles?
It's a load of crock. I'm a trauma nurse.
Mm-hmm.
And the male nurses and the female nurses, we all work our asses off. I mean, there are times when you're pulling 24 hours straight. It's nothing to do with gender. It's your fucking job.
And I will absolutely agree with that because with my background, I was in the military. I saw fucking females who could actually pull it. They could fucking handle the stress of the job being in the military. My wife is currently serving in the military, and sometimes she works long ass hours. She's away from me and the fucking kids and our family. And one of the nice things is, I get it. I understand. I'm not going to bitch about it. You fucking do what you need to fucking do, blah, blah, blah. But at the same time, I've got to ask, Phading, so do you have Heelys?
Heelys?
Yeah, Heelys. The shoes with the wheels in them. You're
we got those. They were popular when I was younger.
Yeah, you should get some. I think it would age you so much just fucking zooming around there.
I work in an ER. I'm pretty sure Heelys in a slick floor covered in blood is a bad idea.
Oh, yeah.
Take them out.
Well, but yeah, some women...
I was going to say, at the same time, you could probably, easily turn some corners that way with the blood and the Heelys,
Drift.
Yes.
But, okay, so being a nurse, being an ER nurse especially, is a high stress job. And most nurses are female.
Yeah.
So I have no idea where these people are coming from.
It's because they
yeah,
don't
I
want
don't know. Like nursing, predominantly women take jobs like nursing because women are more suited to caring for people. Women are more suited to fixing things. It's just the way we're built. But some women can work just as hard as men can. It's just all about a certain mindset. But I don't understand where all of this crap is coming from, where they're saying like we're exactly the same as men are and can do the same thing, but we need to work less hours because we can't handle it. Like, oh, I just don't like, we're built differently naturally. Like, I'm more suited to stay at home and raise my kids because that's just the way I'm personally built, and that's the way a lot of women are built, but that doesn't mean that I'm like ruining things for all womankind because I should be out working. They're like groupthink, and it's all like mixed up, and I don't understand it. They say one thing but mean another, and they say mean things but say other things. I just don't get it.
Oh, I'm waiting to hear it. I'm pregnant with triplets, and when they're born, I plan on being Mark makes more than I do, and he makes enough to support us easily. So I'll be a stay-at-home mom for at least 5 years until they go into school. So, and then Mark will be the primary breadwinner. That doesn't make me less of a person. I don't expect to put my kids in daycare or bitch because I can't work. It's a choice I'm making to stay at home with my children. Triplets is a lot to take home.
Oh my gosh, I don't know how you would be able to handle triplets.
Canada has paternity leave, so he'll be home for a few weeks.
Well, we have paternity leave here as well, but one of the main reasons... Oh, that sucks.
They have maternity.
One of the main reasons... we have both. But one of the main reasons why I wanted to stay at home was because I didn't want to send my kid to daycare every day and have someone else raise my child for me. Like, I understand some people are in a situation where they don't have a choice, but, that's just, I'd rather raise my own child.
Yes.
Are you of similar thinking? Okay, you are.
Absolutely.
I was curious.
Daycare up here, the average cost is about $2,200 per child.
Oh yeah, it's like $90 a day here.
It's
$90 a day here.
Like 20, it's crazy. $2,200 a month per kid, and I really don't want strangers raising our kids.
Exactly.
I would rather raise them myself.
And I'll agree with that because I'm a stay-at-home dad. Like, I used to homeschool my kids. My older two are in public school right now, but my youngest is too young to go to public school, where, like, I stay at home with the youngest, but I also fucking, help my kids with their fucking homework. I fucking, do everything around the house, blah, 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 blah. But at the same time, on the weekends, Friday, Saturday, fucking, I'm out there driving Uber and Lyft, because it's just more means where we could fucking save money and have money, set aside. But at the same time, fucking, like, I have no qualms about it. Like, I don't understand women who go, I'm a stay-at-home mom, and you don't understand how hard it is. Bitch, it's easy as fuck. I can clean my whole house within an hour and a half. And fucking have laundry done, folded, fucking.
You need to take into account the age of your children, how many you have. Triplets, infants is not going to be easy.
Yeah.
Newborns especially.
Yeah, especially when it comes to infants. I'll agree to that point. But, like, the women who have kids who are over the age of, I would say, like 3 or 4 years old.
Right.
If they're school age.
Yeah. And they're bitching about being a stay-at-home mom, and you don't understand how hard it is. Bitch, shut the fuck up, go in the corner, because you're just crying to the fucking choir.
Oh, actually, let me find this study. There was a study done that shows children that go into daycare from infancy age do not have a proper maternal bond because they're not with their parents a lot, and they're with all these people that they eventually grow to know, but they never develop that maternal bond, so they grow up fucked up. Like these kids that you see in Antifa and like just do crazy shit like that, they end up like that, and studies have shown this because they have no connection.
Studies have also shown that the worst kids come from single-parent households, specifically single mothers. Single mothers produce the worst children.
What was it, 80% end up in juvie?
80% of children from single mother households end up in juvie.
It's predominantly males from a single mother.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yes.
Because
having a father in the home keeps the boys off the streets and the girls off the poles. Like that's why you need a good family, like to function and raise a child.
Well, even in terms of like lesbian mothers or gay fathers, in the two-parent household, they fare just as well as straight parents. As long as there is a two-parent household, your children fare far better than single parents.
Indeed. Very true.
So it doesn't matter what sex the parents are, as long as there's two of them there to give them, I don't know how they put it, basically it teaches them compromise because you have two personalities raising a child.
Yes. The good way of looking at it, like it as a mental image, is Lady Justice, where she's blind, but she's holding the scales. You have two sides of it where you could talk to both sides. One might be a little more brash, a little more harsh, but the other side might be a little more where like they could bounce between the two and understand. Yeah, both ways of it.
And the amount of flack you get for pointing out that single-parent households, especially single mothers, oh God, you get called all sorts of shit names, and suddenly you're a misogynist. Internal misogyny is what I hear a lot.
God forbid you bring up that it's black single mothers too.
Yeah, but both fare pretty bad.
Oh yeah,
like race.
Don't get like me wrong where I'm bringing up, but the majority of what you see now is, some dude who got shot and killed, who was carrying guns, carrying fucking drugs and whatnot, and his single mom is sitting there going, he did nothing wrong, he was raised right, blah blah blah.
But you need to also distinguish, there's a big difference between American blacks and the rest of the world blacks.
This is true.
How would you distinguish the two?
The rest of the world blacks don't have all of the things like, how do I put this? We don't have, like up here, affirmative action. Don't have it. Yet blacks are represented equally in the colleges, not because of the race, but because they put in the same work. They have the same grades.
The blacks here are quite different. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of different things to say about the blacks here that you can't really say because people get pissed, But like, what you could look up on YouTube. Actually, there's a whole bunch of videos the government had to put out, public service announcements telling Aboriginals not to drink gasoline, or telling Aboriginals not to sleep in the middle of the road. The chromosomes are far enough separated from like other races that they're from a different sort of from the caveman era, that they're from a different sort of tribe. They're easily bred out there, plus they're the only civilization that never invented the wheel, so that I wouldn't they're well taken care of. You know, they get everything they ask for. So
I'm of the mindset that everybody's, regardless of race, everyone's pretty much the fucking same. If you treat
that's what I
everybody
think,
the
yeah.
same. If you're treated just like everybody else, then you are just like everybody else.
Yeah, it should be your own
That's
individuality
all it
that
takes.
separates you. I don't believe skin should be classified as part of the individuality, by the way.
No.
I would agree.
I think universities should not know the race of their applicants. That shouldn't play a part. Sign them
I
the
would agree.
number and base it solely on merit.
Oh my god, it's Miss Steam!
Hi, Steam.
Hey, Steam.
Hey,
You there?
Or
Same.
no, hey.
Hello?
Hey.
But no, I completely agree, and it's not just about like the color of somebody's skin. It's also gender and whatever the fuck you want to call it.
Exactly. Get
I
rid of
don't-
all of that.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck if you want to call yourself a goddamn unicorn. You're shitting fucking rainbows. I don't give a fuck what you're about. As long as you're showing up like to whatever job or whatever you're fucking involved in, whether it be fucking art or architecture or fucking, I don't know, just fucking woodworking or something silly. I don't care. As long as your
Well-
merit and you know what you have for a actual working and your drive matches what you're saying, that's it to me. Like I don't give a shit what you have between your legs or fucking how long your hair is or what color it is. I don't care.
Well, I would agree with like getting rid of race and everything off of out of all of this shit. I don't so much agree with getting rid of gender, because there is a point where it goes too far. For example, we do not have gender on our IDs or driver's license. They're trying to get rid of gender off of birth certificates. So
No,
if you
I
want
meant
your
gender
child's
in like applying for
I
university.
know, like it could start, and it did start with applying for universities, getting rid of gender. We don't have that here, but it went further. Is like what my issue is with it. It can go way further, which it did here. Soon, in a few states here, putting your child's gender or sex on their birth certificate will be an opt-in program. Okay, you'd have to fill out extra paperwork if you want your child's sex on their birth certificate. Or like just in general, we don't have gender or height on our driver's licenses or ID.
Difference between sex and gender.
I know, but people are stupid.
Yes, they are.
Okay,
Sex
because they think that because they think that if you get rid of the sex off, which we have already off our IDs, they think if you get rid of sex off of a child's birth certificate, then that doesn't give them pressure to decide what their gender is.
When it comes to the whole transgender thing, like here's what it really comes down to for me specifically, right? I have 2 girls and 1 boy. If one of them, at the ages that they're all under 10 years old. If one of them came to me and said, I'm transgender, I think that I should have been born a girl or a boy, and I want to start these hormones and those hormones, I would sit down and tell them no. Like, and
not until you're older.
It may sound brash, but the thing is, it's a life-altering decision that they're trying to make at a point where they can't fucking understand it. Like, most people don't understand who they are until the ages between like 22 to 32. And I'll give that gap where like...
Okay, to be fair, now I have a transgender nephew, female to male, 15. We knew from the time he was a child, a toddler, that this little girl was trans. We didn't encourage it. We didn't discourage it. We kind of just let him. It's hard to switch pronouns. I'm sorry. It's hard. We basically just let him be him. And
that won't be the same for every kid, though,
Yeah,
I
because
have a 4-year-old that likes to wear dresses. We
My
don't
brother-
encourage it. We don't discourage, but we don't encourage. Usually they grow out of it.
Generally,
Yeah.
In
my
the case of my trans nephew, he didn't. And there is no hormones involved yet. Obviously, that's something he can do when he's an adult. He's only 15. We know he's not going to grow out of it, but we're still not going to let him take hormones or do anything to affect his development.
That's good.
with transitioning, the thing is that the reason why most medical things wait until they're 16 is because physically they can take it, sort of thing. And when they're 18, that's when they become a legal adult. And the thing is, when you're 16, you need parent permission anyway. And on top of that, you need psychological evaluation, which could take quite a few years, which will make you lead to up to 18 years old anyway.
In the US, it's 2 years.
Oh,
They can't start till they're 18.
Here it's a bit longer. But then again, you can't do child transitioning either, because it actually affects them in more ways than people think. Not just mentally fuck them up or physically fuck them up, but also it can. It's a really weird thing with hormone blockers, where it can actually encourage brittle bones disease, and heart problems, which is incredibly dangerous. And because it's a very new thing that they've been doing American children, because it's illegal here. It's kind of terrifying what we already know, because there could be so many more wrong things on the kids who are already on these hormones blockers that we have barely any knowledge about, other than, oh yeah, you can get heart disease and brittle bone disease out of this, and there's a very high percentage you will get it if you're a transitioning child. On top of the fact of psychological problems if the kid isn't actually trans. And yes, that's why in most countries they go from 16 with parental consent, and 18 just because, well, you're an adult at that age. So
Right. The first case of a trans child was a botched circumcision, and I can't remember the patient's name. The
that
child
one.
raised a girl, born a boy, but raised a girl with the twin brother. And when ultimately he ended up committing suicide.
Mm-hmm.
When he found out he couldn't transition back to a boy and found out what happened, he killed himself.
And that's another thing that isn't really looked at, is the suicide rate after transition. It's actually pretty fucking high.
Yep.
And not just that, there was...
It's going down, though. As people become more accepting, it is going down significantly.
Slowly, yes. It's going down. But to bounce off of what Miss Steam was saying, there was an American TV show, and I don't know exactly the person's name, but it was a younger person under the age of 15. They were already on hormone blockers. They were talking about...
You're talking about I Am Jazz or something like that, yeah?
Yes. That person. They were already on hormone blockers at a young age, to where when it came time to actually do the cosmetic surgery for them to transition, they were on hormone blockers for so long that they didn't have enough material to work with.
Oh yeah,
It stunts the development.
It stunts a lot of things. Their development, but what's pretty funny is putting people on hormone blockers actually can sabotage their attempt to go for operations for transitioning.
One
it can cause
thing.
complications. Sorry, I was just saying it can
No,
cause
you're right.
complications. It can cause complications which actually stops or even delays the operation. So, you know,
One thing I was gonna say is like the Mad Metal Man hasn't really had a chance to speak in a while.
I am absolutely enjoying this. I really have nothing to say on it because,
Okay.
honestly, as far as I'm concerned, you know, you're allowed to. I'm fine with you doing whatever. I've got friends that are transgendered, and I love them for who they are. I don't give a shit about, you know, what's between their legs. The thing is that the day they start pushing that shit on me and telling me that, you know, they start pulling some fucking Riley Dennis shit and saying, well, because you're not fucking willing to, bend over and blow me, then you know, somehow you're against me. Then I'm gonna have issues with them. But until then, you know, people are people. Do what you want. I cram metal and I get ink jammed under my skin. I'm weird too. It's fine. It's making it a circus out of everything and making it a fucking media circus on top of it and trying to change how people think, how people feel, and how people react to what, frankly, they don't understand and they're not going to, no matter how hard you explain it to them. Just seems like a waste of air for the most part. So, you know, they want to harp on this, that, and the other as far as it goes, and it's fine. Do what you do.
Well, as big of a shit show as Austin is unique in the sense of where you get so used to seeing the body modifications and you get to know people for who they are, not based on what they have in their skin. When you leave and people freak out over things like, what the hell is your problem? Hey, these people are normal people. I'm friends with a lot of them. I'm from Austin. So I don't understand the freak out over body modifications or what people choose to do. Or freaking out because I did suspension and I posted pictures of it and getting called disgusting and horrible. And it's like, well, how does it affect you?
I mean, the only time that I would freak out is if you say car like car.
what about my car?
A stocky cat.
I was going to say, are we saying it like a New Yorker or?
It's Boston.
No, the Boston, that cat. Have you seen my cat?
You got to fix my cat.
I can't do Boston.
But yeah, no. With the whole, like, I have tattoos. I have tattoos up and down my fucking arms. I have it on my back. I have a tattoo on my ass, on my fucking legs. Like, and my ears are gauged out to 1/2 inch. Like, I have my lip pierced and all that shit. Like, I don't care. Like, I've even told my kids, like, I don't care. You want to get a tattoo? Go for it. But do something that's meaningful to you. Like, I don't care what you want to do, but make sure it's a well thought out plan. And like, that's one of the things that I kind of disagree with this whole trans movement, especially pushing it with younger kids, is it's pushed within the public school system, and it's pushed to a point where, like, I wouldn't be surprised if my son comes up to me one day and goes, "Dad, I'm gay." I'd be like, "Okay, awesome, good for you." Like, I don't care. And freaking, especially like, if he were to come up to me at the age of like 15 and go, "Dad, I think I'm gay, but I want to transition to a woman," I'd be like, "Listen, son, no. Just go out, suck a dick. Suck 1,000 dicks, take a dick up your ass, have a fucking blast at it. But like, unless you fully feel like you're a fucking woman, just fucking have fun playing with dicks. Like, I don't care."
By the way, that being pushed within the school system, that was developed in my country. You're very welcome for the Safe Schools program. It's actually being done over here, so now it's worse here. It's fantastic. So much
bastards.
fun.
Yeah,
I know, but well, you know, we are a Commonwealth state. We're still under the rule of the Queen, and you see how bad the UK is. So
That's what you get when you got a bunch of criminals trying to run a goddamn country.
Mhm.
And the UK is worse than us. Like, we can still say what we
see,
want here.
You need to be.
Yeah, boy.
You need to pull in America
No, we
and
don't.
fucking break away from the Queen.
No, we don't. We haven't done the whole. For instance, our primary schools are barely touched by gender politics, unlike Australian primary schools.
One, I don't believe you, and two, you get arrested for saying offensive shit on Twitter. So I don't trust your government in any which sense.
Only people with influence. Yeah, let's just say both our countries is equally bad. Let's go the communist route.
I was going to say, can we point to a country that isn't fucked up?
I would totally move to America if your medical system wasn't so expensive. Like, I
Fucking
can't afford that shit.
goddamn Tommy for mommy.
Hey man, I'm disabled and I got too many medical issues to afford your medical system, man. Like, I'll stick
got
with
Medicare.
I don't know how that works, so I'll stick with the possibility of me dying within the next 3 years of waiting to see a neurosurgeon.
Yeah, but at least you'll be an American.
Just move out to Colorado and smoke a fuck ton of weed. You'll be fine, and you'll get some medical treatment soon.
Yeah.
America works pretty fucking quickly in our medical in terms of how fast we get you through if you need something done. Yes,
Yeah.
it's expensive, but there are so many programs that help cover the costs.
Mhm.
You can just speak with the financial department at whatever hospital you're being treated, and we will help you. And we will find any program we can to help you cover those costs.
This is the argument most people say is but you guys got free healthcare that I've had free healthcare and
It's totally free.
In
It's
America,
totally free.
damn it. This is the argument I keep hearing. Oh well, I have free healthcare and I had great service, great. Meanwhile, I'm one who's being screwed over. So
I have free healthcare, but I'm paying 45% taxes. That's totally free.
Nothing is free.
I'm from the U.S. I was a trauma nurse in the U.S. for 13 years. Every children under 18 qualify for medical care.
whoops, sorry.
If you can't get medical care at work or whatever, children under 18 are automatically covered. So are their mothers. So a single mother with 4 kids, her and her children are, provided she doesn't make, $1 million a fucking year, her and her children are covered under Title 19. If you're disabled, you're covered under Medicaid. If you're Medicare, if you're homeless, we have programs like MAPS, which fully cover everything, including prescriptions. Title 19, totally free. All of your medical care, eye care, dental, hearing, prescriptions, emergency care, hospital stays, 100% covered. If you don't qualify for those programs, we have programs in the hospital where we can do sliding scale based on your income. We have private donors who help cover costs of long-term care. There's absolutely no reason if you are trying to find help, as long as you are not making a shit ton of fucking money, there's no reason why you can't find help to help cover your medical costs.
Or if you're not a veteran and going through the VA.
Right.
Well, I mean, for instance, England, the reason how we coped with the well, we haven't really. How we kind of coped with the NHS is we let the medicine go way up, and on top of that, the NHS will do this thing where they will treat people who have like a cold or something, but then leave people who need surgery for months on end. And it's like people keep telling me, well, you got free healthcare, that's amazing. And it's like, listen,
No,
I'm
it's not.
someone who's supposed to be treated with free healthcare. I got screwed over by the NHS. If I just went to America and just paid up front, I wouldn't need a cane to walk.
It's true.
One of the problems with the whole, people getting checked out for like a cold is people are abusing the emergency room. And I'm sure, Phading, you've
Oh, God.
seen it. Yeah. over the years.
Yeah, regulars.
Yeah. People where they will come in for stupid shit where you should just see your primary care physician, or you could take something fucking over the counter and be over it in a week, but they think, oh my god, I'm dying and I fucking need
I blame Google.
I blame Google.
I'm not even joking. But that's another big problem too, is when we have somebody coming in on especially during the holidays and some weekends, especially in Austin, where you have a lot of those festivals and those shows, and we're busy. We have people coming in from accidents. We have people missing body parts, and then we got this mother in the ER because her kid has a tummy ache from too much fucking candy, bitching at us that we're not getting to her kid fast enough. Lady, I got a man dying in the next room. Shut the fuck up and let me do my job. You're not that important. Quit feeding him so much sugar.
Let's put it this way. Every single medical problem I have that should have been treated straight away, the NHS is never treated. And then I get told by Americans who know nothing about our NHS, oh, you got free healthcare, and every time I went to a country with free healthcare, I was treated immediately, and it was amazing. Like, great for you. Meanwhile, thousands of other people aren't getting treated. And the system isn't great, but it's a lot better than most countries.
I'll bring up Buzz of the Hive is saying, yes, in the U.S., I made a hell of a lot more under U.S. healthcare than I do under NHS. I took a 22% pay cut.
Jesus.
And pay 40% taxes. So, as opposed to 7% in taxes and making a hell of a lot more. And he's right. You can't have U.S. healthcare and our wages as under NHS. You just can't do it.
Yeah, I think it has something to do with okay, so I don't know if a lot of people remember this, but a couple of years ago, Parliament decided to have a percentage raise. So they gave NHS 1% pay rise and gave themselves 11%.
My
that
degree
happens here all the time.
My degree was $70,000.
Oh, wow.
To pay that off, I have to make money at my job.
Yeah.
Like, if I'm not making the money to pay off $70,000 degree, then there's no point in me getting the degree.
Yeah,
that's my issue with all the useless degrees that are coming out now, is how the fuck are you going to make money off of it?
I chose my degree because I thought I could. Well, I can. I do actually make okay money. But I had to pay for the degree to get into the position where I could.
Yeah.
And I had to choose a degree that would actually pay me.
That's one of the issues we have with what we call fee help over here, is the government will pay for your degree or bachelor or whatever you're going for. The government will pay for it, and you pay the government back, but only after you earn $40,000 a year. Okay, so when you start earning $40,000 a year, that's when you start paying it back. So you have these arts degrees that come out and never ever pay for their degrees. They never pay the government back for their fee help, even though there's like 5% or 2% interest on the fee help. So it never gets paid back ever.
U.S.
Just waste of money.
In the U.S., there are student loans and grants to help you pay for your college. And you start paying, grants don't need to be paid back, loans do. And you start paying those back 6 months after you graduate or leave school. It doesn't matter if you've got a job, if you're making money or not. Your payments become due 6 months after you graduate or you quit school. And you can file for an extension. I didn't. I paid mine off. So it is fairly low interest rate. I think mine was like 1.8% interest.
Well,
man,
our
you got lucky.
government wastes money on everything, but the best job to have is a government job because you get a fuck ton of money working a government job. The mother-in-law is a primary school teacher. She teaches year 6. By the way, there's a transgender kid in her class. They had to have tolerance classes before he started dressing like a girl. Anyway, she gets paid $1,000 a week for being a primary school teacher.
Jesus.
Nurses get even more.
Fuck.
But yet they still protest and complain that they're not getting enough money.
Right.
You see, people in government jobs, they just want more and more money, like for some fucked up reason. They don't think they're getting enough, but they're constantly giving themselves pay rises. Yet they take $8 billion from scientific research and take government housing for old people to give to all these fucking immigrants that have come in that are stuck on welfare and don't want to work. $8 billion. Our scientific research is government funded, or not, taxpayer funded, rather. Like $8 billion they cut from our scientific research to cover the cost of welfare. Just so you know.
Wow.
That's
I remember when I was on benefits, they tried to find every little reason to cut it, even though I actually did need it, and they increased someone I knew who was just spitting out babies every time. It was just, oh, another one, put it in the crib. And it was really annoying because they would, I don't know about this for other countries, but here I remember I got called up because they were like, did you really need to buy this sandwich? A fucking sandwich. They tried every little thing to try and cut my benefits, and it got to a point where I was like, okay, I'm leaving the benefit system.
Be right back. Coffee.
And I think what happens is the benefit system has become the complete opposite of what it's supposed to be. Instead of helping people who need help, what they're doing is they're putting people in a ransom situation, in a hostage situation, where if they leave, they're going to be in a fucked situation. But if they stay with them, they're going to be in a fucked situation.
damned if you do, damned if you don't.
So when I left, I was actually pretty fucking lucky. Most people who leave usually go homeless.
Yep.
So I think the benefit system kind of puts people in a hostage situation rather than a helping situation at the moment.
So in America, right, with the whole welfare state and relying on the government and whatnot, like what it was originally intended to do was to be a leg up, not a hand out. And it's turned into a handout where people rely on it every 6 months, every year to fucking re-up and just get the government assistance. And not really. This is where the term welfare queen comes from, because you have females or males, whoever they are, who literally will sit there and rely on the government and go, yeah, I don't have to work because the government will pay for my kids. They'll pay for my health care. They'll pay for all of this. And if I get off of it, then I have to find a job and I actually have to work. And it's a little fucking ridiculous to me, because at one point in my life, I was on welfare. But I use it as a leg up, as a means to, okay, I could save money by using fucking government assistance to fucking buy groceries right now. And if I save this much money over this next year, then I'll be in better financial state and I can get off that assistance. And people don't look at it like that anymore. They just look at it as, well, the government should pay for me. Like,
it's really fucked here. Like, people who don't need benefits are getting a lot of it, and people who do need benefits and really shouldn't be working, have to work because they kept cutting the benefits over the most stupidest of things. I'm not supposed to. I'm not supposed to work at all. The benefit system kept getting cut down to the point where I had to go out and work. I'm not supposed to. I'm mentally and physically unable to work, and they just went, oh well, and they just kept cutting it down until I couldn't survive off the benefits anymore. I mean, benefits wasn't great to begin with. Don't get me wrong. I was under very tight circumstances, but when they were cutting it down more and more and more, it got to a point where I couldn't even survive on it. So it's just the benefit system here is absolutely fucked, and the people who don't need it are just getting loads of it. And I wouldn't call them benefit queens like America.
Welfare queens.
Yeah, I don't really call them welfare queens because the thing is that they don't flaunt it. They keep it very under the weather. Like
even if it's very under the weather, if you're popping out kids so you can collect benefits, you're a welfare queen.
Oh, well, I understand that, but I understand that welfare queens usually flaunt their shit all the time, like idiots.
So. Some do, most don't.
Yeah, here it's kind of like they keep it very down low and, you know, try not to be caught out. Basically benefit fraud. So I call them benefit scammers? I'm not sure.
Well, if they're popping out kids to collect benefits, they're not. It's questionable morals, but it's not scamming anything. The benefits were set up so they could do it.
Yeah, I mean they had to they had to this happened shortly after I was born, but around in the late 90s they had to stop giving single mothers who were not making a lot of money free shitty block flats. If you know block flats, they're like these they're like very ghetto places to live in.
Yeah, like Section 8 housing.
And they would give single mothers who weren't making any money these flats and put them on benefits. And they had to stop that because of all the scamming. Because of all the women who were purposely getting pregnant to get a flat. I was one of those babies. That's the only reason why I was born, for benefits. So they had to stop that because of the scamming. It's like you can't just hand out free shit to people. You have to, you have to plan it more than just this person needs help. Give them all the free shit. No, they're just going to take advantage of it. You need to have a system. You can't
I think in the U.S. they have to either do like job training or apply for so many jobs a month or a week or whatever in order to keep the benefits coming.
You're talking specifically about unemployment there.
It doesn't apply to welfare? I thought it did.
Does not. Welfare, it does not apply.
Well, they're trying to make it apply to welfare. People are throwing a fit.
Well, and people are throwing a fit about also that you need to take a piss test.
Yeah, the drug testing.
Yeah. And I think that's a brilliant fucking idea because, talk about the whole welfare queen and whatnot. There's a lady, I want to say she was out of like Alabama or Georgia, where she had 15 fucking kids. And she was on the news saying,
who's going to pay for these kids? And it's like, bitch, you had them.
Yeah, who's going to pay for my kids? You, because you spread your fucking legs. You have 15 fucking kids. Are you kidding me?
16 now, I think. See, my parents had 13 kids, but we didn't collect benefits. We grew up on a farm. My dad was a cop, then later U.S. Marshal. And I don't think they ever collected a penny of benefits.
My family are... my family is scum, so I've been around benefits all my life. I kind of know how they work, and
I've had a great childhood. My family's great, close knit. Yeah, we didn't have any of those. Yeah.
Well, and like I was saying, benefits should be a leg up, not a sustainment.
Or a handout.
Yeah, or a handout.
Well, I know some people claim that they don't want to get off of benefits or welfare because they make more on welfare than they would having a job. Which should never be the case.
I don't understand that. Like,
that's the U.S.
Well, but even at that token, you fucking go and work at, let's say, McDonald's for fucking 5 years. You could be up for a manager's position at $15 an hour, and they'll pay for your fucking college. You go for a business major. Like, the CEO of fucking McDonald's, he started as a burger flipper. Like, you cannot tell me that you're not going to be able to move up the fucking ladder. Come on now. It's just somebody with no drive and no fucking merit. And that's what fucking pisses me off.
I do find it funny that my parents, keep in mind, they didn't work a day in their lives until I was about, until quite some decades later. And then they bitched, oh, I have to get a job. Oh, this is unfair. And I just look at them like, how did you people raise me? They're complaining of these. Keep in mind, these are these people who were supposed to raise me, and they were just complaining that, oh, I can't believe I'm having to get a job in this system. And it was really funny because a benefit child basically just looked at him and went like, you can't be fucking serious, right? You people are that dumb.
There is no shame in working in fast food. When I first escaped my ex, I worked at Wendy's. And I love the job. And then I worked part-time there and part-time in the hospital until I went up to full-time in the hospital and had to quit there. I actually went back there for a little bit to earn some extra side cash when I first moved back home. It's not a bad job. I would recommend it to anybody. I mean, it's a really simple fucking job. It's easy. Compared to what I do normally, it's a breeze.
Well, my first legal job was probably when I was 17. If you want to talk about other things, I guess technically 6, but that was a different thing. But if you're talking about like actual proper jobs, then yeah, 17 would be my first job, technically.
My first job is when my mom opened up her restaurant. And then when my dad opened up his shop, his woodworking shop, his little cross and gift shop, I worked there. I think it was 11 when my mom opened the restaurant. I was 14 when Dad opened up the wood shop next door.
I've lived long enough to see the social system in my country change dramatically. Not long after I was born, they introduced the whole fee help system that Dorky was talking about earlier. And it was those that needed a career change or was just coming out of university and just needed that helping hand. And we had a pretty good economy back then. And Dad was one of the first to get, and he worked it off and all that. And he was guaranteed a job when he walked out. And one of the problems is we're going through a huge recession at the moment. And the jobs just aren't there to walk out into. And the other issue is the whole baby bonus. You know, it's only in the last 10, 15 years that single motherhood has really come to the forefront and has really come to impact our society to such a great extent. It's absolutely horrifying that, you know, to escape the Great Recession after the financial collapse, the government just turned around and gave all the people with kids over $1,000 just in one big lump sum, and instead of investing in their children like it was intended for, they all went out and bought flat screen TVs and all sorts. And then it just grew from there of, this is a good lifestyle. I even had one of my college teachers turn around to me and say that if you want a good lifestyle and be secure in your future, put out a kid. And I was about 20, so this was a good 10 years ago, when one of my lecturers in a theology college told me that having a child out of wedlock would be good for my future. And I look at it now and go, I'm glad I didn't go down that path, because it's not good for me, it's not good for society, it's not good for the child, because as we said before, the child needs a two-parent house. But unfortunately, we have all these people leeching off the government and not returning anything to it. And it's just absolutely horrendous that all these children have no future because we haven't allowed them to have a future.
Yeah, in our case, we both waited until we were older and we could afford it before we decided to have children.
I was a drunken one-night stand accident.
Nice.
My mother decided to keep in order for her to get a free fat and benefits.
I was the 8th out of 13, but my mom had 7 boys and wanted a girl. And then after a year after she had me, she had the twins, and then which was a boy and a girl. And then a year after the twins, she had triplets, and got fixed. She was done.
Yeah, Mum was done after 4 kids, but the climate that in around where I was born back in the late 80s, it just wasn't the done thing to have kids have wedlock. And if the marriage didn't work, you went and fixed it. You didn't just go off and get a divorce. And there was a sense of shame and humility that we have lost over the generations. And it's that accountability that keeps society functioning. And we've lost that, and society's not functioning anymore.
You can't. Well, just remember, not everything in the 80s was completely rainbows and roses when it came to marriage.
Not over here, it wasn't.
Not really.
Yeah.
It's never been rainbows and roses here.
Like, my mother turned around to my father one day, and she basically said that if anything happens to us, you get the children and I get the house and car. Because all children under the age of 6, 2 of them special needs, you can't leave them with strangers. You know, she was tearing her hair out. And then to have to go through most of our lives trying to find the finances, and this is what I've found as a full-grown adult, is what the government gives you as you're trying to get mental health and physical assistance and all that. On the welfare scheme, you're stuck in a constant loop at the forefront of the mental health system because you can't afford all the ongoing therapy that goes with it. You know, you spend half an hour on Skype with a psychiatrist and then go, take these meds, you'll be right.
That's what current benefits systems tend to do.
You need to go on and have the cognitive behavioral therapy, and there's a physical side of it as well, so needing that kind of rehabilitation too. And you know, it's cost my parents almost $3,000 over 3 years.
That's not covered? It's even covered in the U.S. Children with disabilities qualify for disability.
I'm not a child anymore, and even when I was a child, the scientific understanding of mental health didn't exist.
Gotcha.
Because I'm 30 now, and it's taken us over the last 3 years for me to get a formal diagnosis and treatment, and it's cost us about $2,500, and that's with the government assistance of the NHS. How are they expecting people who are in desperate need of help to get help when the finances don't even cover their medical bills?
I don't know.
And I'm going through the process of trying to get a pension at the moment, and it's just walking into a brick wall constantly. How many more government assessments and appointments do I need before they actually recognize and look at the paperwork that we've given them from a clinical psychologist and a clinical psychiatrist? And we've been fighting for this since I was, 18 or something like that?
All right.
And even that was a joke. And it's just been assessment after assessment and no formal diagnosis. And it's taken a complete breakdown and ending up in the forefront of the mental health system, almost to the point of checking into a hospital, for me to get the treatment that I need. They shouldn't be leaving it to the last moment of, oh, they're going to go shoot up a school or kill themselves or something like that, or murder their housemate before they get treatment.
I know.
Go into a doctor's office and say, it looks like you're suffering from depression, please give me a referral, and they laugh you out of the office.
Wow.
I've had good experiences and bad experiences of the healthcare system.
Well, that
And
goes
most
for
of the
any healthcare
experiences
system.
I've had is because mum's a registered nurse. What kind of healthcare system will leave someone in the emergency ward with a fever of almost 40 degrees Celsius, which at that point your organs start shutting down, for 6 hours? Twice in 1 week. Like, our health system is shot. Our nurses are paid that much because there's not enough of them. And on top of that, we've got all these university degrees of my generation being told, get yourself a good education or work hard, get a job. We do that, and then we get disillusioned because we come out of the school systems and go, fuck! Our future's just completely been scrubbed away while we've been busy doing what our elders have done to get ahead. All the socialism shit's come up, and now we're in a recession, and there's no jobs for us to walk into.
Yeah.
What the hell are we supposed to do? And then our government's in debt because they're throwing money at people who don't need it and taking it away from people who actually do legitimately need it.
I don't know. I hate when baby boomers be like, just go to university and get a job. I'm like, the economy system isn't the same as when you guys were just getting into the working world. It's completely different now. I mean, I had to jump through loops just to get a shitty supermarket job. It was insane. And it may be fine for people. Here's the thing. What a lot of people don't tell you is, well, I don't know about other countries. Again, sorry about this, but the thing is that universities are targeting 16, 17-year-olds. Being all out through secondary school and being told, if you don't go to university, you will never get a job, you will never have a good life, and all this stuff. And then universities go to 16, 17-year-olds and go like, hey, we'll pay for your education, but they don't tell you the full truth. They don't say, we'll pay your education for only 1 year, and then on top of that, you need another 2 years for your degree to actually mean something. No, they just say, we're just going to pay for your education. And they're like, oh, great. And then when they find out that when they find out that it only covers 1 year, they have to go an extra 2 years because they feel obligated to. And there's so many people now who just feels absolutely scammed. And the reason why universities do this is because they know that anyone who's over the age of 18 are gonna say no to that shit.
Yeah.
Like almost.
Dorky's already talked about the climate of college over here in Australia because I'm Australian.
No, I'm just saying it's
I'm
actually
just saying
pretty similar.
that's the difference between our countries is we get told what we're walking into before we walk into it, whereas with yours it's very deceptive.
Yeah, but other than that, it's actually very similar. But basically, it is very similar though. There's that like people keep going like, oh, well, stop getting art degrees. Then I'm like, the majority of millennials at the moment are going into business studies, mathematicians, teaching, learning how to be teachers, learning how to be doctors, lawyers, scientists, computers, like all this shit. There's barely anyone in art degrees anymore. What fucking millennial was going to an art degree anymore? I mean,
Who would go into gender studies?
Millennials that have been believed to, brainwashed into the whole feminist movement that are getting the art degrees.
Yeah, but that's if you look at the whole statistics, it's a very small fragment if you think about it.
Exactly.
Like, the bigger fragments are the jobs that are really important, and I know someone who's got who has enough qualifications to work in psychology. She had to go to another country in order to get that. She had to go to Japan basically because she couldn't get one here.
Yeah.
And Japan hired her immediately. It's crazy. It's just like and people saying like, oh, millennials are going for art degrees. I'm like, the only people going art degrees now are
Mentally
people. No, it's just feminists.
I'll agree on the mentally ill part.
It's mostly just feminists and people who don't have a grasp of the real world. Because the majority of people who go to universities these days are going for the major roles to get a good job.
Mentally ill. One thing that I got really furious with our government for is we have something called a university index. And what it is when you do your last year of high school, your grade 12 certificate, you have a certain scoring. I think it's up to 150 or 200 or something like that. And it's basically everyone in your region is vying for so many positions in the nearby universities. So the better your score, and if you can reach the score that's required for that certificate, you have better chances of going straight in because it's very competitive.
Yeah.
This was the time they were screaming out for male teachers, especially in the primary school systems, which is what my brother was going through. And he was working his ass off, and just before they got their scoring back, they put the UAI up. How the hell are you supposed to reach your goals if they move the goalpost last minute on you? It was absolutely infuriating that they did this to us.
Oh no, they did that with our GCSEs. Our GCSEs are really important, and now for passing grade it's so it used to be 70% for passing grade.
Like our UAR.
And people had moved it to 90% is now the passing grade. So the majority of people who got 70% and passed to the agencies to businesses, it's technically a fail now. So a lot of people have to redo their GCSEs, even though they're like, what? But I passed. Yeah, but we changed the system, so you have to do it again.
That's what happened to us. They could have changed it after the school year, as people were enrolling for their HSC, their higher school certificate. You know, you can't do anything these days without having a higher school certificate and the corresponding TAFE or university certificate that goes with it. You know, for me to work in a kitchen, I had to get a retail certificate.
There are trade jobs.
Yeah, well, I went to work in a kitchen, yeah? I went and did the certificate to get trained up to work in a kitchen.
Right.
I go to apply for kitchen jobs, and they turn around and say, "Do you have a retail certificate?" What's being in the sink doing dishes got to do with fucking retail? Why do you want me to go out for another 6 months, put myself into debt to the government again to get a certificate that just says that you can be around people in the front of house, even though you have no intention of, and your work guideline and all that states that you have nothing to do with them.
I have no idea.
Like, that's the catches that I've been falling into constantly. And then they want experience, but they're not willing to put you on to give you experience, which is another catch-22. And then I'm wondering, how is a little 16, 17-year-old's going to get a job? Because they're required to have 3 years experience before they even go for a table-busting job. What the fuck?
Fast food?
It's like
I've been in a lot of little shops and other such, and you know, at least Macca's training give you a chance, but then you got people like me who are apparently too qualified for them. And I live a half-hour drive away from the nearest Macca's, and I don't have a car, so you know, I'm kind of screwed for work because I live in a rural area.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have Lo-Fi in this conversation. She could give perspectives on Denmark's messed up system. She has a bachelor's degree, and the best thing the government could find for her is like unpaid internships, at stores and stuff. It's really flipping ridiculous. I remember
places here that are notorious and have a reputation of trying out a person for one night and then not calling them back again because it was a understaffed night, free shift, basically for them. Keeps the government happy, it helps them out, but how the hell am I supposed to pay for my internet bill, or my electricity bill, or my rent?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they basically just treat it as, oh, hey, look, free temp labor pool.
And when you get 2 years old, you can't constantly be doing that and be expected to spend your own money getting to the job.
Yep. Well, that's the kind of corruption that you'll see in any government program. I mean, Denmark, Australia, you guys have bigger government than we do here in the U.S. And yeah, you have way more corruption. Go figure. There's a direct correlation.
I was talking to some Americans about my qualifications, and I won't disclose them here because I don't want it public. But let's just say I can't seem to get a shitty job with these qualifications. But in America, I have enough to be a case manager. I have enough qualifications to be a teacher, a case manager, a fucking a goddamn fucking manager of a manager in a supermarket. Like I have enough qualifications to do a lot of things in America, but my qualifications aren't worth shit in England.
Yeah, well, because you have your economy is the issue. Here in the U.S., we have record unemployment across the board. Like if you're a female or if you're a Black or Hispanic, you have the lowest unemployment right now in recorded history of the U.S. If you're a woman, it's the lowest in a long time, like decades. And the overall unemployment, like actual unemployment, not the cook numbers that the Bureau of Labor cooks up for like Clinton, Bush, and Obama, but actual unemployment is super low right now. Like here in Texas, we're like 2-point-something% and dropping. It's ridiculous.
It's actually getting hard in the U.S. for employers to find the employees.
Yeah, which is
trying to find employees and you just don't have them.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, that's
people
something like,
wondering why so many millennials are leaving England. I went, it's because they can't find jobs here that they're actually qualified for, and they have to go overseas in order to get those fucking jobs.
Yeah.
That's actually the same situation in Canada. Is we have the jobs, we just don't have the bodies to fill those jobs.
Yeah. Well, it reminds me when I was in Taiwan teaching English, I knew a lot of South Africans, white South Africans. And the reason they came over to Taiwan to teach English is because South Africa's economy after Nelson Mandela was so awful, they couldn't find work. There were no jobs there. So they had to go overseas just to find a dinky little teaching position. And that was considered high end. That was a good thing for them. They were lucky to get that because the economy over there sucked so hard. But yeah, here in the U.S., when Lo-Fi was visiting Texas, she was amazed, like, because she has a bachelor's degree. She knows like 5 different languages, things like that. She's amazed at just how many different jobs she could just pick up, no questions asked. And I mean, she has a history degree too, which isn't even one of the strong ones. But she could, with her knowledge of languages, because she knows, German, Danish, and as well as a bit of Japanese and Middle Eastern, Arabic. She could get a job in the oil industry. She's going to focus more on languages here, so she can come to the U.S. She'll probably be making like 6 figures when she moves over here if she masters her Arabic.
My friend
translator.
My friend who did.
Metal Man just said something and I missed it.
Yeah, what'd you say, Metal Man?
Oh, I said she could be a translator real easy. The FBI is looking for people like that all the time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, she could find work here very quickly, and she's very keen. Of course, that's so long as Texas remains Republican controlled. Once the state flips blue, they're going to turn it California. Unfortunately, I'm fairly certain of that because I was doing.
Austin.
Well, here's an example. Actually, the difference between Texas and California. This is more local, but it shows the difference between Republican and Democrat, how they approach businesses here in the U.S. In California, if you want to start your own company, say like a small business, an LLC, a limited liability corporation, in California, there's a rule where no matter how active or inactive your LLC is, no matter how much money it's making, or even if it's losing money, you have to pay the state $800 every year minimum. So you could lose $20,000 on your business, you still got to pay the state $800. You could be out doing absolutely nothing with your LLC there, and you have to pay the state $800. In Texas, it costs a little more to register an LLC, but once it's set up, you only pay it if you make money on it, and even then, you have to make I think over $1 million or something like that to pay any tax at all. Short of that, you're not going to paying any tax on your business at all. It's just nope, you keep it.
Yeah, we've got something similar over here as well, Tyro. And the opposite of what's happening in America is happening over here. So with Trump's guidance, you're having a wonderful job explosion and all of that jazz. Over here, we've got a recession in housing. We have a recession in jobs. We have a recession in just about every single manner you can consider. And it's extremely hard. Even the millennials turn around and not the millennials, the baby boomers turn around and say, "Gee, you kids are screwed. We feel sorry for you. We're happy to help you as much as we can, but there's not much we can do." And on top of that, we've got all these immigrants coming in, and we just don't have the infrastructure to handle them. We don't have the houses, we don't have the jobs. We don't have it for our own people. And on top of that, they're coming in from 20 other safe countries that they could have been to risk their life to go over an ocean just to get here. They're not true refugees. And the ones that are true refugees are absolutely lovely people.
Australia doesn't have first safe country laws?
First what?
First safe country. Like, okay, take the caravan, for instance. Trying to get into the U.S., they are immediately disqualified from asylum because they were offered asylum in Mexico, which is the first safe country.
Well, how do you turn them back to where they come from when it was a dinky little raft that's travelled from South Africa somewhere to over on our shores on the other side of the fucking planet. When they could have landed all the way across, way through Indonesia into the top end of Australia.
Well, as long as you don't set them loose on the population, you deport them.
See, the problem is we barely have any houses in England, and for instance, people who are in their 30s and still living with their parents isn't fucking living there because they want to. They're living there out of obligation, and the fact is they have money to buy a house. It's just 9 out of 10 they can't get a house because of location and not enough houses. Because guess what? You know why so many houses are getting bought up? The baby boomers are fucking buying 5 houses that they're not doing anything with, while there's a house shortage and a bit of an overpopulation crisis in England at the moment, and the baby boomers are buying up all the houses.
We've got the same problem over here, only the baby boomers are keeping one house for their retirement, and all the other houses they're renting out to young families who otherwise would have bought the house.
I understand that they got money.
Renting cycle.
Yeah, I understand that they got money, and I understand they want to, make money. But here's the thing: we're in a fucking housing crisis. You can't just buy up all the houses and then turn around at millennials and go, you know what? You people should go out and get a house and stop living with money. And it's like the majority of people who are living with their money can't fucking get a house even if they have the money, because you bastards to bought it all up. And the majority of jobs are in fucking places that are all bought up. Sorry.
That's what I'm saying by the baby boomers over here have sympathy for my generation. Because, instead of hoarding those 5 houses, they'll open them up for rentals. So at least there's some housing there. The opportunity to buy isn't there, unless they open up more real estate, which they're doing. But, the baby boomers do have empathy over here of the young people. They look at how much we get and how much the inflation is, and they go, we couldn't survive off what you're doing. We think you're absolutely marvelous for coping and trying. We'll lower the rent for you. That's basically what some of them are doing. My parents bought a house, and their job provides a house, so they need somewhere to retire to. But instead of just having it closed up, they're doing it up nicely for when they move in, and they've turned around to us kids and say, hey, you guys need a house. Long as you don't mind having us popping up every other month, doing work on the place, have fun. So our older generation have watched our society disintegrate, and the ones that are working hard just are not being given the opportunities and other such that we should be given. And the baby boomers are trying to help us out because they're our parents. But in saying that, we do have a lot of issues, and one of the issues is all these people coming over thinking, oh, it's the lucky country, it's going to be wonderful, and they're going to give us this and that and something else, without considering that it's actually reaching into the pockets of those that can't afford it. They're taking away from what they've basically been cutting off the pension for the elderly and the retired, and replacing it with superannuation, which you build up over years of work. Yeah. And you've got all these old people that, the superannuation is a new thing. They were relying on the promise of a pension, and they're cutting the pension back and cutting it back and cutting it back to the point where they're living off baked beans on toast, if they're lucky. Yeah. And then these people come in from another country and go, we want this and we want that and we want something else, and it's absolutely ludicrous that, the people that need the help are being penalized for what they were promised 50 years ago. people
Yeah,
that need the help are being penalized just for being disabled. Because working age women who can work, have nothing wrong with them, decide to be lazy assholes with their thumb up their butt, popping out kids every 5 years so they can continue to get the welfare and continue to perpetuate the issues with violent youths because they don't have a solid male role model. And one thing I'm very concerned about in this country is inbreeding. Because if you don't know who your biological half brother and sister is,
I don't think it would get to that. I don't think it would get to that crazy until like quite a few 100 years because of the population
it's already
in Australia.
happening over here, unfortunately.
Really?
It happened quicker than you think it would.
Ooh.
Sorry.
If you've got men fathering 20, 30 kids with 20, 30 different women times a million men, inbreeding can happen fairly quickly and get out of control.
Oh yeah, my father is kind of a man horse, so I've probably got like billions of siblings to think about.
And considering
it's a very real risk.
I'm fairly certain I'm not related to you, Miss Steam, so no worries.
And considering that the mentality of towns of we were born here, we grew up here, we're not ever moving from here, that'll happen a lot faster. And we actually have a major syphilis crisis up in the northern parts of the country with the indigenous people.
No, actually,
and we have inbreeding issues as well.
Well, syphilis is curable.
Syphilis is curable if you catch it early.
Yeah. No,
well,
another note, actually, the caravan that's coming up, they actually have been reports that apparently STDs are a huge issue within the caravan.
TB is another one.
Yep. Yeah, they're
tuberculosis. And one of the qualifications to get into the U.S. legally is you have to be vaccinated against that kind of shit. We had a TB outbreak a few years ago in California because of illegal immigration, and it hit our homeless population.
Actually, last time with the caravan under Obama, I actually met, apparently, I think like some kid that was actually part of that there. There was a big influx here in Texas where I am, of just like people being bussed in, so they just dropped them off around this area. And
I'm from Austin. I'm from Austin.
Oh, you are? Oh, okay.
I was born in Longview, but I grew up in Austin.
Oh, okay. Oh, wait. So there are 3 Texans here?
I'm Canadian now.
Oh, Canadian. Why? Wait. Hold on. What? Hold on. How? Okay, there's a story on that one. But okay, yeah. So yeah, me, Mad Metal Man, and you then are Texan. But I bumped into him, and it didn't take me long. Like I came down with something like bad. It wasn't mono, but it was on par with that. I've had mono once. I got knocked out for like 3 weeks from mono. And it was on par. It was worse than flu. Whatever hit me was not something that I had ever been exposed to before. And I've been exposed to a decent amount. I've been to Guatemala. I've been to Taiwan. I've been exposed to germs outside the U.S. But this thing hit me hard. So whatever is coming up from there, these guys are bringing diseases with them, and it's not pretty. It's not pretty.
Yeah, we had a measles outbreak just the other year in Brisbane from someone coming over from a holiday carrying the disease, and they weren't vaccinated. And also in the chat, I put a government link about.
I'm reading it right now.
What I'm very glad about.
And the problem with that is it's children being born with it.
Yeah.
And being treated.
What I'm very glad about is it's actually mandatory for any child under the age of 12 to be vaccinated.
It should be everywhere.
Yeah, and it should be everywhere, but unfortunately it isn't. My father is very anti-vaccine, but because it was mandatory,
Your father would not get along.
Yeah, but because it was mandatory, I got vaccinated. And then when you're 12 years old, you need permission slip. But the only vaccination you need is the what's it called? The one for cervix cancer, to prevent cervix cancer. Yeah, but
HPV.
yeah, but when I was about 18 years old, I just got the massive vaccination that hurt like a motherfucker for all three.
Yeah, the HPV one's called Gardasil over here.
Same here.
And then you've got the Twinrix, which is your Hep A and B shots, and
Yeah.
that's a series of 3 injections.
Yeah.
I know you're supposed to have 3 throughout your teenage years, but the thing is because I didn't get one until I was 18, because my father didn't sign any permission for it, I had to have like a massive dose, and it goddamn hurt, and my arm was just dead for 2 days.
Yeah, I was an early test case for the Pneumovax vaccine. I don't know if you guys know what that one is. It's an anti-pneumonia vaccine.
Yeah.
I was actually, I don't normally do guinea pig stuff with medicine. That was one of the exceptions.
I do.
Because, like when I was younger, like elementary school, every year, like once a year, I would get hit with pneumonia. The first time I ended up being in a hospital for a couple weeks. Then the next year, it hit me again.
Yep.
I had to stay home. Then the next year after that, I got like walking pneumonia, what they say, where it was like, it wasn't as bad, but like every single year I was coming down with pneumonia.
2-3 times a year for me.
Yeah. But they finally, the Pneumovax vaccine finally came out, and it was new to the market. Like it had been tested. So I took it. And I was like, well, I hope this helps. And boom, it stopped. I stopped getting pneumonia
Same
after
here.
that.
Yeah.
That's right. The last time I had pneumonia was actually that incident there where I ran into the caravan kids was a few years ago. Whatever they hit me with, it's something not even a Pneumovax vaccine protected me against. Like that.
I've not
pneumonia.
had pneumonia since I've had the vaccine.
Yeah. Well, stay away from caravan people because they've got some brand of pneumonia in there that it does not protect you against. I can say that.
I got the issue of bad country air syndrome.
Yeah, I had that in Taiwan.
Yeah, we're a farming industry out here, and just about everything that could be sprayed gets sprayed. And since I've moved here, I've had nothing but sinus and chest problems. And I never had bronchitis till I came here.
Yeah.
And
well,
you know about it, when you cough that bad, your sphincter gives way.
Yeah, in Taiwan, you have issues because when they industrialized, they put big polluting factories on a small island, which is not a good combo. So you have a lot of smog and dirt. Imagine, have any of you been to Pittsburgh ever?
Australian, count me out.
Okay.
No.
Well,
Texas, and I spent 10 years in the Midwest. My family was relocated.
Okay.
I know that.
Well, I don't know if any of you have visited Pittsburgh, but if I lived in Pittsburgh a couple of years, one thing I noticed is even though the steel mills had been shut down mostly for a while because they all went under pretty much, there's still soot in the air, and it will build on your windowsill. Like if you have a white windowsill, you'll notice soot coming inside and accruing around your windowsills that you have to clean regularly, and it'll accrue on your vehicles. It'll come out in the rain. So, even 20 years after most of the steel mills are gone, there's still soot in the air. Taiwan has that, but worse because they are still active and still pumping out the dirt. And mainland China apparently is even worse than that. But yeah, after about a year of that, I started getting some respiratory issues. Like it just got pretty bad for me. So I understand what you mean.
The dust from the crops and such.
Yeah.
I remember there was. So we moved from block flat. Me and my dad, we moved from block flat to block flat. We finally managed to live in a house for once. And this house had asbestos, and I don't know what happened because I never had asthma before. But then after we lived in that house, I had asthma, and I have no idea. I don't know if it has anything to do with it, but I don't know. I lived in all sorts of nasty places before, and then as soon as we lived in a place which had a little bit of asbestos, I started having asthmatic problems as a child. So I'm not entirely sure what happened there, but I'm pretty sure it had something to do with asbestos.
Oh, that's no good.
Not really.
We've got a lot of houses
is a bad thing.
down for asbestos here.
Oh, a lot of English houses have asbestos, so which is worrying. It's not worrying until it cracks. So it becomes worrying because you have to understand most of these houses were built decades.
So you were an
decades
adult
ago.
when you got asthma?
No, I was a child.
Oh, okay. Did your
'Cause
dad smoke or?
No, he never smoked around me and my brother.
Bad cold, bout with flu, hormonal fluctuations can cause it.
Some
Maybe,
people,
but
So many causes.
maybe, but I don't know.
Most
It's
are
kind of
caused by allergies.
maybe.
asthma,
But the thing is
bad genetics that some of us grew out of.
oh yeah, I don't even know if I grew out of it because I haven't really. I still get shortness of breath, but I don't think that's asthmatic. I think that's just not being active.
Mold, dust, common things in the environment could trigger asthma symptoms. It just
probably. I mean,
it could be anything from dust mites to ragweed to you name it.
Block flats usually have a case of horrible mold in it because keep in mind these block flats are built in the 60s and 70s. But I never had a problem. I never had that problem until we moved into the house which had the asbestos problem, and then suddenly I had to go to hospital every few weeks because my dad refused to get an inhaler.
Why did he refuse to get you an inhaler?
Okay, so it's kind of a cultural thing. A lot of Russians believe that getting vaccines, getting inhalers, all this stuff is really, really bad for you, and is a conspiracy and all that shit. So,
I'm surprised you're alive.
Well, it's more of a cultural thing than anything. Well, the thing is I should have been dead, but because we make vaccinations mandatory. Yay!
I firmly believe vaccines should be mandatory.
Yeah, vaccination should be mandatory. I think that's the one thing that should be mandatory.
Yeah, and then you've got my family where there was just something wrong with the brother, and he was coughing till he was blue in the face, and the doctors was telling Mum she was neurotic. Went over to the next town in the hospital there, only to have him berate the doctor back where we were. Of this kid should have been in hospital weeks ago for really bad bronchial asthma, and we've been on and off nebulizers up until we were about 10, and then we kind of grew out of it, and the only time I'm on Ventolin is when I get a respiratory tract infection, which is pretty much every year.
Right.
So that's one of my biggest triggers is all the dust in the air or infections.
Do you have an emergency inhaler?
I do. I have Ventolin.
Okay.
But
most common is albuterol.
Albuterol, yeah.
It's very rare that I need it.
Well, that's why it's called an emergency inhaler. It's only there if you need it. It's not something like that you have to take every day.
Oh, here's a funny.
I'm not on a prevention inhaler like one of my brothers are, like my father is, like my parents are. I'm on just an emergency just in case. And last time I took it, it didn't work because it turned out to be anxiety.
It's not going to help with anxiety.
Yeah, exactly. Well, actually, it might make it worse because most asthma inhalers are steroidal compounds, so they will actually tend to make you more anxious. That's one reason I try to avoid taking mine. But here's a funny story. Funny, not really haha, but so my inhaler of choice growing up was Alupent. So there's albuterol, which does nothing for me, and then there's Alupent, which is the main one that works. But they stopped making Alupent. Alupent is no longer on the market in inhaler form. You can only get it in pill form, and that really doesn't help you much. But the reason they stopped making it was because in order to manufacture Alupent as an inhaler in Canada, apparently Canada was the only place making it, you had to produce chlorofluorocarbons. So when Al Gore pushed the anti-chlorofluorocarbon regulations in the 90s, the Canadian manufacturer of Alipent shut down, and there has been none since. So all Alipent production basically ceased for the world. So you can no longer get. So I can no longer get the medication I need if I were to have a serious asthma attack. Fortunately, I'm not like it doesn't threaten my life. Like, I can't die from an asthma attack. I'm not that bad. It's an inconvenience. So it sucks, but yeah, I can't get my medicine anymore. Haven't been for like over 20 years now. Yeah, and all because of Al Gore and the whole like ozone layer.
Do you want to hear the retarded thing?
Fucking Sam.
We've got something called the PBS over here, the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme. And for those that are on welfare with a Medicare card and all that jazz, they get their medication at an affordable, reduced rate, which is basically the wholesale price. Right. My sinus medication was about $50.
It's not bad.
A month.
Not bad at all.
That's without the PBS, because it wasn't under that. And then all of a sudden, it became over-the-counter under PBS, so it's now about $15 for the same quantity. And by that time, I built up a tolerance to it. So now I'm on a brand new medication that's
not covered.
And that's another $50 a month. Like, why do they have to do that? Just as I get intolerant to something, it goes on the wide market and ceases being on a script form.
Yeah, it's actually not a bad price for prescriptions either way you look at it. It's a lot cheaper than like wholesale or retail price in the US.
Well, we've got retail price, and then we've got benefit scheme price, and there's about $40 difference between the two of them. So I'm picking up my SSRIs for about $6, when on the packet it's written its retail price without the concession is almost $20 at some chemists. And the chemists around here are very competitive. So if another chemist for my nasal spray went to charge me almost $60, I went, whoa, it's like $52 at this other one. It's like, let us check that up. They checked it up. It's like, okay, we've taken it down to $51 for you. Thank you. That's a $10 discount. I otherwise wouldn't guess if I didn't disagree with them.
Right. You on which SSRI or SSRI are you on? Zoloft?
Escitalopram.
I think Zoloft's the most commonly prescribed. And in the US, a 1 month supply is going to run you around $250 for it.
I'll just look it up for you. Let's see. Prices.
That's for Zoloft. The off-brand can run you as little as $50 a month. If you're taking like sertraline or
Lexapro is what it's otherwise called.
Oh, you're on Lexapro?
Yeah.
Okay. You said it's $100 a month.
Whereas it cost me about $5.50 to $6.
Cost you what?
Under PBS, it cost me about between $5 and $7. I'll just.
You can get the off-brand in the U.S. of the escitalopram, which is the drug in Lexapro, for about $7-8 a month, but if you want to get the name brand, it's about $100 a month.
Yeah, because
there's a
I've just
huge gap
looked it up.
right
And it's about $15-16, but I get $10 off it.
Right. So
No.
yeah, when you're looking at, and here's the thing I try to tell
And that's for a
people
month's supply.
in the
of
United
20
States,
milligrams.
especially, the off-brand is the exact same drug, the exact same everything. It is the same thing. It's just cheaper. When you insist on paying for the name brand, you are literally paying for the label. The generic
I know.
brands are
I
exactly
never
the
pay
same.
brand name unless it's my nasal spray, because no other brand has it.
Escitalopram is the drug. It is the same amount, the exact same everything. You are literally paying for the label. Buy the off-brand. Save yourself some money if they have it. Some things don't have an off-brand.
We always have the off-brand available here because it's kind of under the legislation. We always have an alternative available.
US does too. It's just you'll have to get a different prescription.
No, with us, we take our prescription in and the chemist asks, if we have it, do you want the home brand one? It's like, yeah, I'll have the home brand one. Different name, but it's the exact same thing. And it's changed on your script to that. And
right. And that goes for any medications. If you're taking over the counter or just buying cough syrup, check the milligrams. It's the same drug. Pay less.
Yeah, just get the cheaper brand.
Yeah,
usually.
go with. I mean, the only possible reason to get a name brand sometimes might be better quality control, maybe. But even then, most generics are.
Yeah, it's the same quality control thing. It's all the same.
Yeah.
Over here, we're very strict with our quality control. But the thing is with my nasal spray, it's only that one brand that makes that particular drug. No one else does it, so I'm kind of forced to just have that one. There's no other competitor.
There's not enough call for it.
Yeah.
When you get into some drugs, there's just so many different brands and so many people need it. When you have a high population that needs a drug, you're going to have more options for that drug as opposed to a lower population that requires it, which is you're not going to have the options available.
And as I've said, the Nasonex that I was on as the nasal spray.
Nasonex?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty common.
It was under the script, yeah? And it was only for those that needed it. And the same with Rhinocort before they watered it down and made it over the counter. But you could still get the prescription strengths.
Right. There's a few drugs like that.
But they learnt their lesson and didn't do that with Demister. Sorry, Nasonex, sorry. But Nasonex is the only brand that does it, and it's now on the PBS. So before that, I was paying twice the price. And now there's a brand new drug on the market that's only been out for 4 years for human consumption. This is after they did all the tests and other such, and all the human tests. A friend of mine that was on the drug trial, she told me about it, and I managed to get through my doctor, and he didn't know about it because it was just so new on the market. And it's costing me an absolute fortune because it's a new drug and it's not under the PBS, and it's more of a specialized drug as well. And I saw my ENT specialist, and she's turned around and gone, I want you to be on Demister. And I went, oh, that's handy, a spare script. Because I'm already on it. So she was very pleased to hear that I was already on the drug she wanted to put me on. Because over here we're very proactive about our health. And I needed something new because, as I said, I built up a tolerance because I was on Nasonex for a good 10 years. And you can only be on something for so long before you build up a tolerance.
See, I was brought up in a environment where the only time you ever need to go to the GP or anything to do with money, which is medical circumstances, is when you're near dying.
Yeah.
It's I think it's got something to do with the way of life I've lived up until my teenage years. So it's a bit weird. I see people who are like, oh my god, I've got a cough, I need to go to the hospital. Me, I have like a massive fever and in the shower, ice cold for about 2 hours. I'm fine. I'm not passing out just yet. You know, shit like that. It's like, yeah, we have free healthcare, but
I totally get where you're coming from, because being a registered nurse's daughter, you have to have a fever, vomiting, diarrhea, or an obvious break or something like that to be sent to the emergency ward.
Well, I was kind of brought up in a very sketchy family, and basically, the only time you should I've learned through my experiences, the only time you should ever go to a hospital is when you're dying. So living in that mentality does affect you a bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, even as the NHS is now, I still have that mentality because the way the NHS works, I don't trust them. I definitely don't trust them.
All I can say is do not get sick in Queensland.
Because I'll just die.
Right. New South Wales health system is better than the Queensland health system.
I was going to say, can I just elect to be thrown to the sharks?
Yes, we have sharks here.
Yeah, just cut me up and feed me to the sharks. You know.
Yeah, we'll find a great white you can fit inside.
I was going to say, it sounds like for me to go out, you know, if I eat people, well, then somebody should eat me.
Well, yeah, but sharks, we're not tasty to sharks, though.
But they're tasty to us.
True. I've eaten shark multiple times. It's good stuff.
Yeah, we like over here.
Yeah, I've tried shark fin soup. Not a fan. It's kind of blah. Shark steaks, though, are just great. I love shark steaks.
I want to try that stuff. Like, I heard that's a delicacy in Japan.
Shark fin soup, yeah, China and Japan too. But I had it in Taiwan. It's okay. Shark fin soup's really nothing to write home about. The problem, see, I thought when they said shark fin soup that it meant the meat on the fin as well, but they actually only give you the cartilage. Yeah, it's just the plain cartilage, and they put it in this weird, like, thick brown sauce, which is where most of the flavor comes from, and it's really not that good.
Yeah, shark fin
There's not much meat on the fins anyway.
Well, shark fin soup and dolphin are like the caviar of the Asian world. The only people who really eat it are uptight twats, and it doesn't really have a lot of taste value. What I've heard anyway.
Well, oh no, I'll one caveat there. I do like caviar. Caviar has some flavor to it. Like black caviar, is tasty. It has a salty. In fact, salmon eggs too, even though they're lesser, they are a lot like the boba tea things because you bite them too and they pop kind of pleasantly in your mouth and they give you like a very savory taste to them.
Oh, okay. I haven't actually had caviar since I was a child, so
it's like a salty pop in your mouth.
Yeah. A salty surprise.
It's very subtle. It's more for the texture than anything.
Yeah, I don't like flying fish roe. Flying fish roe to me is too crunchy. Salmon roe is okay in small doses, but no, black caviar is a step above that in terms of taste.
Yeah, I had caviar once, but I had an aunt who, you know those aunts that they want to be rich. They try and live the lifestyle of a rich person, but they're poor as fuck. That's my aunt. Yeah.
Yeah.
She tried to eat caviar every day, and
Jesus.
she wondered why she couldn't afford some of these things. And I was like, well, that's maybe because you're eating caviar every day.
Mhm.
Well, yeah, but over here, shark is a very common fish meat to eat. We actually call it flake, and we sell it in fish and chip shops.
Nice. Yeah, I find it tasty. It goes very well with lemon. I mean, a lot of fish goes well with lemon, but shark in particular always seems to go well with lemon for me.
And we don't have the heart to tell people that flake is just another name for shark. So all these people growing up going, oh, I like flake, I like hokey, I like this, I like that. And it's like, yeah, they're just different names for the smaller variety of shark.
Mm-hmm.
Sand sharks and that.
Yeah. Sharks are our food, not friends. Or both. Maybe they're both.
Yeah, sharks. I think a lot of people think that all species of shark are in danger. That's not true. It's just most.
Some. Wait. Really don't know.
Inside chat.
Huh?
Salty pop. That comes flavored Mountain Dew.
Oh God.
I'm sorry. That shit looked like cum. Don't ask me how I would know, but yeah, it probably fucking tasted like it too.
That's my problem with trying to convince Canadians to fucking eat biscuits and gravy. They say it looks like cummy crackers. Really, people? That's Mark. Mark doesn't like it because it looks like cummy crackers to him. You are out of your mind, man.
He is out of his
Gravy and
He's with
gravy
me.
and biscuits.
What kind of gravy is white?
Pepper gravy,
Uh-huh.
sausage gravy, country gravy.
Mm-hmm.
No, we
You
call
eat it
that
on
fresh
biscuits.
white sauce.
No, it's gravy.
Fresh milk, not gravy. Gravy is
gravy.
brown. Gravy is meaty.
Ugh. No. Biscuits and gravy is amazing. It's a white pepper gravy, and it's fucking good.
Biscuit.
Biscuits.
Seriously.
They're the
White
big.
Biscuits and
Scott,
gravy.
a biscuit.
I'm not really sure what that is.
They're not scones.
to be honest.
They are.
When we start
they're
talking about
not.
gravies, we have to remember, Faye, that you and I, we're coming from the South. You know, we understand the importance of the white gravy.
It is necessary for biscuits. It is necessary for chicken fried steaks.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't get chicken fried steaks either.
Then you're a heretic.
Yeah.
This is
I've
a
had some.
cultural difference, not
I've had chicken steaks. I haven't had
Chicken
chicken
fried
fried
steak.
steaks.
Oh. Chicken fried steaks, chicken fried steak, chicken. Oh my god.
Yeah. And don't forget chicken and waffles.
Chicken and waffles is another requirement. Baked mac and cheese, not that box cook on the stove stuff. It's gotta go in the oven. Gotta be bubbly and bland. You gotta have a crust.
Oh, fucking collard greens.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
have
a fan of collard greens. Yes,
I
Yeah,
have a question.
I'll usually
What-
take kale over collard greens. That might be heresy.
Ugh.
Every a Southern American I've met that I'm good friends with have all said, I have to make you blank gumbo when you get here, and I'm like going, what is it with South America? What is it with the South and gumbo?
Because
It's just
gumbo
a
is
dish.
amazing.
It's good stuff.
Yeah.
It really
You're
is.
actually talking
It's
about
really
a beef
I know.
schnitzel. Yeah.
It's like asking what is with red beans and rice. It's good.
It's good, yeah. Lo-fi.
I understand that, but what my thing is that every single I'm saying South American, American from the South, that I'm good friends with, have said this to me, and I'm like going, are you all just conspiring just to feed me nothing but gumbo all my life? What the hell's going on?
No.
Nothing
You'll
but, yeah.
You get barbecue too. That's a requirement.
Well, yeah, you have to have Texas barbecue. It is the only barbecue. All
Thank
other
you.
barbecues in the U.S. are imitations of Texas barbecue. We have 3 Texans in the audience, so I know I can get away with that.
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah.
You gotta have Texas barbecue. You gotta have biscuits and gravy. You gotta have chicken fried steak, baked mac and cheese. There's just a list
I
of
just
foods
looked
you
up
have to
chicken
try.
fried steak. And why didn't you just say crumbed fried beef? Like, I would have understood that.
That's
well,
interesting.
Topped with white
I,
gravy.
Chip beef.
I can
I like chip
only
beef too.
I can only eat white meat, I'm afraid, so it's a little limited.
Chicken fried chicken.
well,
Got you covered.
and to address Saki here in the chat, he asked what is
Beef
gumbo.
schnitzel.
Oh God, Saki.
Gumbo is
A spicy soup? Not quite. Not quite. It's thicker than a soup.
Yeah, it's heavier.
The roux.
Think of a stew with think of a stew with like shrimp
sausage,
or
and
crawfish,
rice.
sausage, rice, beans.
Well, I wasn't too far wrong.
Red
Yeah.
beans.
Well, I would say
Gotta be
let's
red
see, in
beans.
terms of thickness, I would put if you say like soup as at one end with like a watery broth, then a stew. I would put gumbo as being thicker than a stew.
Yeah.
Because
So
a stew
basically
has
my
meat
concept
juices.
was a stew. Got it.
Just
Yeah,
don't
but a
put-
gumbo has roux, which is deliberately made thicker than even a stew broth. I would say.
Yes. It's
all
really
I
thick.
would all I would
And you
say
throw prawns
is
in that.
all I would
Oh, yeah.
say is don't put mushrooms and red meat into the stew, and I won't redecorate your bathroom.
Fair enough. As far as I'm concerned, a stew should be able to hold
Yeah,
the
mushrooms-
broth upright.
Mushrooms are not typically part of gumbo.
Yeah, I've never put mushrooms in gumbo. I've never seen gumbo
That's
with
good.
mushrooms in it.
How are you on sausage? Can you handle sausage? Does that
I
sound
can't.
good?
Well, let's put it this way. I'm heavily allergic to mushrooms. Like, they kill me. But red meat, I have a weird thing. It's basically I'm allergic to red meat. I grew an intolerance to it because of the fact that I ate nothing but red meat throughout my childhood and teen years. So I grew an intolerance to it. So every time I
That's
have it, I get
rare.
extreme diarrhea and vomiting, and my immune system goes absolute shit.
Well,
You don't have
pork sausage.
Crohn's?
So
Is pork sausage okay though?
I don't risk pork.
Pork's
I
not a
just-
it's meat.
It's not
No.
technically red meat,
It's a
but
white meat.
some people.
Pork is kind of like a Russian roulette with me. So I do not take that risk.
So no Black
Fish gumbo
Forest
it
ham.
is.
Pork is somewhere in between the two.
Yeah,
It's kind of
I mean,
like a Russian roulette. One day I'm okay, like one
It's like
day
that.
it's fine. Another day that
Yeah.
happens, and I don't really want to. I don't really want to go through it, so I just stay away from it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that would probably be the only ingredient then, because common ingredient in gumbo is sausage, kind of a
Sausage.
spicy pork sausage. So
Well, that
now you could probably put a chicken sausage in there. That would be okay.
Yeah.
chicken and turkey sausages. They taste really good. They could taste exactly like sausage if you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
You
You're
just
fine with seafood, right?
substitute.
Yeah, seafood's fine.
Good. Yes, you can always put
I
shrimp
love-
and crab and stuff in there.
I love chicken sausages. They're lovely.
You just replace the sausage with chicken sausage. Should be fine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that should be
Yeah,
okay then. But
It's just a list of foods you gotta try if you're ever in Texas.
I know. Well, here's the thing. I actually made a list because when Lo-Fi visited Texas for like 3 weeks, I was taking her out to all different places that she couldn't get in Denmark. So, if so, Miss Steam, if you want to talk to Lo-Fi about her experience here in the U.S., although it might be different because since you're in England, I think you have more access to some American foods than Lo-Fi does because she's all the way in Denmark, like rural Denmark. But yeah, if you want to talk to her about where all the places I took her to and her experiences, that might be a fun conversation there.
You gotta have black-eyed peas too.
Oh hell!
We do have some American products here, but with meat, you don't reach our standards of how to short slaughter and package meat to us. So, although that's slowly changing.
Yeah.
So-
Lo-Fi did say that beef here in the U.S. is much, much better than anything she could get in Europe. I believe that's what her statement was. I think what was it? There was one animal she said is better in Denmark than here, but it wasn't beef. It was something else. I forgot what
It
it
would
was.
have been poultry or probably pigs.
Yeah, it could be. But
Venison.
yeah. Let's see. I think her favorite was Waffle House. I took her to Waffle House. The hash browns at Waffle House was a surprising victor in the deliciousness. The definite loser was Denny's. I actually because
Oh, yeah.
remember the Cards Against Humanity card? You know, waking up naked in a Denny's parking lot. So I took her to a Denny's.
Oh
We
God,
ate there, and boy, did we regret it. Ugh.
Denny's is not a good.
I know. Yeah. No. The next day we were both like, "Oh, we feel terrible. Why? Oh, we ate at Denny's. Right? Yeah."
Yeah.
Oh, one of my favorite.
Drunk. Even then, it's a
Yeah, even drunk, I'd rather go to like I don't know,
Yeah.
IHOP, get some pancakes.
Yeah. Well, I
In
took her to
Austin,
IHOP.
there's only one good Denny's.
Yeah.
And,
I
and
took her to
you're looking
IHOP.
at like Round Rock, I think.
Which the Round Rock one?
Yeah, I think the Round Rock
Yeah,
Denny's is
it's the
probably
only
the
good
only
one.
one that's worth going to.
It is.
It was
But
not
Round
that.
Rock is also worth the drive for Round Rock Donuts.
Yes, I didn't. I didn't get a Round Rock Donuts or Krispy Kreme, unfortunately,
What
because
is
she only
wrong
has
with
Dunkin'
you?
Donuts over there.
Yeah.
Krispy Kreme?
Yeah, I missed.
Oh.
I missed a few. I did miss a few. And I told her, "Hey, we missed a few," because there was so much. You know, only had 3 weeks, so I had to pack a lot in. But next time she comes over, there will be a few things. So Krispy Kreme, Round Rock Donuts would be on the list. I might take her to. There's a place up in West Texas that does the kolaches. Might get her those.
Actually, my favorite kolaches are the ones at HEB, believe it or not.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah. One of my
there's a
favorite comedians has a list
Or
of
not
rules,
HEB,
and one of
Central
them-
Market, sorry.
Yeah. I did get her. I did get her a couple pizzas. And she said she has had the best pizza she has ever had in her life. She had here in Texas because I got her a really nice one.
I will have to object to that. The best pizza you can get is in the Midwest from a gas station called Casey's.
yes.
Fucking amazing.
Well, the best pizza that she's ever had. That's why I specified that she's ever had. I've had pizza
I'm
in New
taking
York.
Pickle. You've had Casey's pizza?
No, I've never had Casey's pizzas.
I eat
I'm not
Casey's
much
about
of a-
once a week.
I'm not much of a pizza woman. I'm more of a chicken wings person.
Yeah. I'd like
Yes.
to try Denny's for one reason only, and that's because one of my favorite comedians, YouTube personalities, has their own version of commandments, and one is "Thou shalt not eat at Denny's."
Yeah, there's a reason. There's a very good reason for that. Yeah.
His story was Furry convention next to a Denny's, and Denny's was just being cunts to them.
Okay. This is a
It's like,
picture.
dude, you have a lot of business to give you, and you're being assholes to us.
This is a picture of a couple slices of Casey's mac
Oh.
and cheese pizza with
They don't have Casey's up here, you ass.
yeah.
Do they
with
do,
mac and cheese with Italian sausage on it?
Do they do
Ooh,
Brooklyn
okay.
style or deep dish?
It's kind of their own style.
Yeah, it's the best pizza you will ever fucking have.
Super fucking cheesy.
That's a
Oh,
lot
it's so
smaller.
good.
They load the fucking cheese down.
Oh, it's amazing.
All right, let's see. Casey's Pizza.
Jeez, I just ate and now I'm hungry again. Thank you.
Yeah, it's from Casey's General Store, which is a chain of gas stations.
Dude, I was hungry the second gumbo was mentioned.
Yeah, that's one reason why I had to jump in is because I've had authentic gumbo because my uncle, he lived in Louisiana.
Oh,
And yeah.
okay. So,
I was like,
so you
Jesus.
know all about the andouille and the jambalaya and the gumbo and all the good shit.
Okay, the
I
closest.
think, no, it's a spicy seafood soup. That's the most.
He added cayenne pepper in his, and I've always seen everybody add red pepper, and that changed the texture quite a lot.
Yeah, no, not red pepper. You have to use cayenne. Cayenne.
Oh, absolutely.
Anything that comes from Louisiana must have cayenne.
Okay, so the closest Casey's Pizza to me is in Kansas. That's a little far to drive.
Jesus Christ.
Closest
All right,
one to me
Tyro.
is in
Road trip.
Iowa, and that's a 24-hour drive if I head straight there.
Jeez. Okay.
And that's just by interstate.
Yeah,
Just call Goku for a taxi, instant transmission. Yeah,
that works. I would love instant transmission. I would get fat because I wouldn't walk anywhere. But no, you. But yeah, Miss Steam. Talk to Lo-Fi about her experience. She's also going to make a video on it, but that she can give you an interesting perspective there, and crash course and stuff. If you ever come out here and visit, obviously come to Texas. There's a lot of us here. and it's really awesome.
Damn it! Now I want lamb and the butchers is shut.
As long as it's away from California.
No, we hate California.
Yeah,
I'm near California.
You can't be from Texas and have any tolerance for California.
I'm
willing to take in refugees from California, but they've got to be the right people, like Stabby, Little J, guys like that.
Stabby, yes. Brockus, no. Brockus can rot.
Well, I'm willing to take like if Cadunt wants to flee California, I'm okay with that.
I don't know her very well.
Yeah, I like Cadunt.
She's in Portland right now.
Wants to flee to Australia, I'm sure I can find a spare room for you.
Yeah, we also have Opal here too, so that's a big reason to come stay here.
No, that's a reason to run. Because if she tries to cook for me, we're throwing hands.
Hold on. Opal's got a lot better on the
cook.
cooking lately. I mean, did you see the pies that she baked for Thanksgiving? Those look really good.
She needs to have to teach her how to cook.
How to cook and stand beside her in the kitchen, and she'd get better overnight.
Yeah, and I can confirm that Lo-Fi is a very good cook, by the way. She made a Danish dish for me while she was here, and it was really good. It's kind of like a large pork meatball almost. So you take the pork, you use cornstarch, and you cook it in butter. And I'm not sure how exactly she did it, but like it didn't dry out at all, which is always my fear with ground meat is that it dries out.
But cornstarch and butter.
Yeah. And
the butter keeps it from drying out.
Exactly.
Nothing quite like meat fried in butter.
Yes, it was so good. And she made an interesting white gravy with potato and some red peppers. And it was like, oh, this is so good. It makes my tummy happy. This is really good. So she's going to make more of that for me next time she comes over.
I'm an excellent cook. But of course, I'm Southern. And then I have like the Midwest influence there. So I have this food thing down pat.
Well, hopefully I'll be able to live in America pretty soon. If I don't, well, there's always a noose.
No.
Yeah, let's not bring out nooses.
I've got beef, mince, and potatoes.
Two things I cannot get used to up here is not only is poutine huge, if you order French fries, they'll put gravy on it. Just straight up.
Oh.
French fries and brown gravy is
That's an Australian thing too. We love that.
You put goddamn curry. No, you put goddamn curry sauce on my chips, otherwise we have a problem.
Or you put vinegar and sea salt on it.
I put that on too.
In your meat pie.
Vinegar and salt and chips is just a natural thing. Fucking putting curry on it, that's nice.
Meat pie is different too. Like when you say meat pie, I think of pot pies, which is like chunks of meat and gravy and potatoes and vegetables, that kind of stuff, as opposed to the meat pies up here where it's minced.
It's minced beef gravy,
but it's
real meaty gravy.
Oh no, it's not right.
Bottom, and you cut the top off, and you put mushy peas in there. It's so good.
No, mushy peas are disgusting. Don't mash your peas. That's baby food.
No, you take your peas that you usually would have with your dinner, and you just put a potato masher to them.
Yeah,
with a bit of butter and a bit of salt, and
don't mash your food. Don't mash your peas.
Also, you're supposed to eat it with a pie.
Yeah, mashy peas, gross.
We just put the peas in it whole. We don't mash them up.
But by the time it's done cooking and braising, the peas have gone soggy and mushy and yucky. At least they still have texture.
Wait a bit before you add the peas.
Well, you can't.
Australians did it wrong.
Tuck on it.
Where's Opal when you need her? She could be learning something right now.
She was asleep, so
that chick never sleeps.
Well, she'll wake up.
She did because she already texted me.
kinda cook with a microwave and a kettle and a toaster.
I can do a 3-course meal for 12 people. Easy.
I can do a Thanksgiving meal for 200.
Without a kettle, without a microwave, and that's just for the family.
Yeah.
I cook veggie sausages in a microwave. I'm a goddamn mess.
Yeah.
And the only reason why I get veggie sausages is because I can't get chicken sausages up here, and I don't know why.
Fair enough. You need to find yourself a good butcher.
Even though chickens, I cook them in the goddamn microwave. I'm used to salmonella. I've had it more times than people should have it. So
my mom owns a little hole in the wall restaurant in a rinky-dink town, so.
Oh yeah, I do catering for the church groups and this, that, somewhere else, and wherever it needs to be. Sometimes we do 200 people. Sometimes we only do 40. And
yeah, I have an aunt that owns a catering business. She called me up one night needing 1,500 cupcakes in 7 hours.
Oh yeah,
I did it.
Up of a Sunday, and Mum's turned around as she's in between services and gone, "I need you to make X amount of this, X amount of that, and X amount of that in an hour." I've just gone, good thing I've got your recipe book and your kitchen to work in. Rolled up my sleeves, and I haven't even had my morning coffee. I've just rolled out of bed, and there's Mum saying, here's the list to do. I need it in an hour. First thing to come out was the scones, and then the biscuits, and then the cupcakes.
I don't even remember what recipe books look like at this point.
I've got memory. I've got recipes memorized because of church catering.
All my family recipes are memorized, and pretty much make anything without a recipe if you know what you're doing.
And Christmas is coming out, which means we've got several different church events to cater for.
So who's going to come cook for me for Christmas?
Hashtag turducken. Just saying.
Metalman, come over here and I will make you lasagna.
For Christmas?
Yeah.
Hey, Christmas lasagna is the best.
For Christmas, I'm probably.
And you can have it cold with salad as well. And when you consider that it gets to like 40 degrees Celsius here on Christmas Day, you're kind of wanting a cold lunch.
Yeah, because you guys are in summer and we're in winter.
Yeah, and we have about half a day of rain in around Boxing Day.
Boxing Day?
Oh, that's right. You celebrate
the day
Boxing
after Christmas.
Day.
Oh.
We have 3 days of Christmas. We've got Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, and Boxing Day.
Boxing Day is kind of like our Black Friday.
Yeah, we have Boxing Day up here too.
Yeah,
there's actual Black Friday as well.
Yeah, except for the fact that English people don't murder each other over 8% off TV.
I'm in Canada. No. They don't do it here either.
That's only.
We don't have Black Friday, but we've got Boxing Day sales, and
that's after Christmas.
Hey, the only reason we have Black Friday is because, well, you know, we don't have public executions. We got to get our bloodlust out somehow.
Exactly.
I can't disagree with that.
I actually enjoy Black Friday in the U.S. It's an adrenaline rush.
Wow, you're the first.
Yeah, because you don't know who's going to stab you.
I'm a fucking kangaroo.
Yes, I keep seeing those videos, and Americans going like, "This is why the purge would never be able to work in America," and it's like, you guys already have the purge. It's called Black Friday.
Yeah, the purge would work perfectly in America. Don't let anybody tell you different. I'm an American, dual citizen, but
we tried to have Black Friday in England. No one gave a shit. No one even showed up. Like
because you didn't have enough sales. Like, when you're getting a $1,000 item for $25, you'll get it, and you will fight for that bitch.
Yeah, we can't give a shit really. We're just, I know when the 80% was like, they were pretty much everywhere, but no one gave a shit because no one cared. Like no one cared at all. Like they were too busy doing shit.
Well, people here are more consumer oriented. That's the reason why
Yeah.
people get into bloodbath fights.
Save
for
money.
Just yeah.
You gotta understand, a lot of English people here, they either get their shit online or they get it from a friend who can get it a lot cheaper. So why the fuck would they go to a black market?
Because
It makes no
Black
goddamn
Friday
sense.
US, you can't get it cheaper. That's the one time a year where you're going to get your shit as cheap as you possibly can.
Well, we
Yeah,
have
but-
summer sales too, but
Not nearly as good as Black Fridays. There's
true.
sales all the time. There's sales going on every single day of the week, year round. But they're not as big as the Black Friday sales. And those sales have to be big because that's where most of a business's annual revenue is coming on that one day.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. We tried Black Friday and we did everything right. It was just no one gave a shit. I think it's because it's a cultural difference as well. Everyone kind of gets their shit through other means rather than just shopping for it. Well, most America, and I think it's that as well. For instance, like why would anyone go out for the sale when you can get it online? It doesn't make too much sense for us, so it's like, fuck it.
It does if the sales cheaper than online.
Yeah, that's the thing. They just either they get it online and we get too much of a frenzy in it. They're like, this is on the Black Friday thing, but like I could get it probably cheaper from a place from Taiwan. You know what the fuck? We don't really have the consumerism mindset as Americans do, so we don't really go too much for frenzy for it.
A lot of the big thing that's coming out now is buy local. It's supporting local businesses, that kind of stuff.
Well, we would support our local, but we would support local, but it's just there's that, you know, all the local shit is usually 1 day a week markets and charity shops, and people already go to them anyway, so it's like whatever.
Yeah, pretty much. And everything's so cheap over here, and if you can't afford anything, you just go to the salvos and they'll give you a check for, the local
everything's
op shop and or the food bank or something like that. They'll just give it to you.
Yeah, no, over here everything's pretty expensive unless you go into a non-touristy area where all things are a lot cheaper. But then you have the problem of, well, you go into a non-touristy area and then there's no jobs in the non-touristy areas, which is why a lot of people live near those SJW areas of England because there is jobs there. So it kind of puts you in a tough spot of like, do you want to waste your money on tiny little pieces of food in a touristy area, or do you want to save your money but have a really hard time finding a job or traveling really, really far? So it's a conundrum.
Yeah.
And everywhere here has a Kmart or a Best and Less or something like that, where you can pick up really cheap clothing.
You go to Walmart and just laugh at the people that show up, especially at night, like in overnights. Oh, it's worth the trip just to walk around and see who's there.
We don't have Walmart stuff.
Especially in Austin. Especially in Austin.
Yeah, we don't have Walmart here. The closest thing we have to that is probably a Kmart, and even that has standards.
Yeah, no, I think the closest thing to a Walmart in England is probably Asda, but Asda is owned by Walmart, so it makes a ton more sense. But our fat people aren't really as big as...
Oh, Mark refuses to go to Walmart. Refuses. Will not go. We don't shop there. He wants nothing to do with it.
Yeah, the thing is over here, if you want to go clothes shopping, you go to a clothes shop. Whether it's an expensive one or a cheap little outlet or an op shop. if you want to buy food, you go to the grocery store. There's none of this combined stuff.
Yeah.
If you're desperate for a pair of knickers or something like that, the grocery store will have them. But that's about it.
They have like super centers and all that stuff that have everything.
Yeah, we don't really have that here. It just doesn't exist.
Here it's it's pretty weird because I lived in a very touristy town and I've gone into a quiet place. No, it's kind of shocking because okay, where I used to live, it's cheaper. Everything's a takeaway. Everything's a takeaway. It's literally cheaper to get a takeaway every day than buying ingredients and just making your own food. It is actually cheaper to do that.
I'd rather cook.
And on top of that, because it's a tourist university town, you know, things that should be more expensive are a lot cheaper, and the things that should be a lot cheaper are more expensive. You get what I mean? So when I came here and found out that it's kind of completely opposite here, it kind of it kind of put me in a weird funk because I didn't know what to do exactly. I go to the shops now and I'm like going, this is weird. This should cost me more than this. Why, you know? And I still haven't got on the mentality of, oh, I'll take a takeaway. It's cheaper. Oh fuck, no, it's not cheaper.
It's the other way around.
Cultural shock.
Everywhere in Australia, except for the inner cities, it's cheaper to buy your own ingredients and cook than it is to get takeaway.
Same here. Canada's a lot more expensive than the US is.
What's the prices of fuel or gas up there?
I have to convert because it goes by so many cents a liter.
Yeah, I hate
I know it's
liters.
really. Yeah, I know it's pretty expensive.
That's not a real unit of measure. You're making that up.
I don't understand gallons. But then again, to flat earthers, I don't exist, so.
I know it's really expensive up here because of people traveling by bus and train and taxi usually.
Yeah, that'll.
But in America, I think it's a state by state basis. Like it depends on the state.
Yeah,
is that right?
Here, countrywide.
Yeah, pretty much. But some states are about the same price. There's literally like maybe a 3-cent difference.
Yeah, I think from like, what is it, New York to California, you're only looking at maybe 25 cents, if that, and that's like on one of those weird days.
105.9 cents.
There's barely any. I know, like, gas is really expensive.
It's dear as fuck over here.
It's a lot
really
more expensive up here
here
than it is down there.
Yeah,
In
it's
the
really
US.
expensive. It's really expensive here because everyone takes like bus, train, or taxi, usually all over the country. So it's like, yeah, what's the point driving?
Wait a minute.
I know in America it's like different.
You said $1.06 per liter?
No, it's not per liter. I've got to figure out what it is.
I wonder if Saki knows knows if what our prices are, because I don't know. I don't drive.
It's overrated.
Well, if you have someone who drives like I do, yeah, you might. Although,
Oh yeah, it's
you'll get there quick.
$1.62 per liter.
What type of fuel are we talking about? E10, unleaded, diesel?
Probably just basic
Just
unleaded.
basic unleaded.
Alright.
Which state was it that couldn't pump their own gas? They
Oregon.
were freaking out because they couldn't pump them.
Oregon.
New Jersey, I believe.
Well, part of the reason why it's so expensive here is because most Canadian oil goes to the U.S. and the U.S. processes it and then sells the processed back to Canada at a higher rate.
What the fuck?
Some places are selling it at $1.50 a litre for the E10.
Fuck me running. What the? I mean, because I'm sitting here trying to do the conversions of gallons in my head, and it's like,
Oh, okay. So it's so there would be 93 octane.
I'm googling gas prices in England now because I'm curious.
One place in Sydney has it for $1.51.9 a litre.
£1.31 for petrol and £1.35 for diesel. Per how much was blah 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 per litre? So quite a bit.
1 US gallon is just shy of 4 liters. So just take it times 3.79. And that's the gallon price.
you're paying almost $2 more per gallon than I am.
Yeah, because like I said, that Canada process, or Canada gets the oil, ships the raw oil to the US. The US processes it, sells it back for hire, which is stupid. They should just process it here.
But yeah, $1.50 for regular unleaded is it's getting bad.
Yeah, it's really high here too.
It's not as bad as it used to be, because it used to be up to the $2 mark. But
so
still pretty expensive. One place has it for $1.60.
The only reason I know that about how the oil gets shipped and then processed and sold back is because Mark works in oil.
£1.
Good business always works.
Oh yeah, really good paying.
Oh, don't forget about the benefits too.
Yeah, great benefits.
Yeah. Especially if you work in the oil fields.
Yeah.
Or even hauling it too as a driver, you'd still get paid just as good as if you were working on the rigs. Because they don't outsource their drivers.
Which is why I'm going to be the stay-at-home and he's going to continue to work as opposed to vice versa. I can't compete with what he does.
So
I'm not making nearly enough.
So petrol is apparently $1.67 American. Apparently. Per liter. $1.67.
Well, I'm not sure what it is in American, but for Australia, in my little town, it's 154.9 cents a litre. We're not doing too good.
No, because Furry, you're paying a little over $6.31 a gallon.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, that's New York money right there, dude.
New York's not even that fucking high.
That's in the middle of butt-fuck nowhere, mind you.
We produce the fucking oil and they're still paying almost as much as you are.
Was it the oil refineries over here only in Texas?
Yeah, we have among. I mean, even in Texas, it varies. Like if you go out to Houston, it could be more expensive or cheaper depending where you go.
Right.
Because I know one of the new things we've got here in Texas is ethanol-free gas, which is nice. You pay about 20 cents. You can pay like around Central Texas, it's about 20 cents more. If you go out to Houston, it can be as much as 50 cents more, though. So that one varies widely, but it has no ethanol in it. It's just straight gas, so it's way better for your car.
Oh, funny thing about that, Tyro, is you have to have a license to sell non-ethanol gas in Oregon because it's mandatory. You have to sell ethanol gas. It's a fucking shit show. So,
it's a shit show over here as
well. Midwest, at least my part where I'm from is, or where I'm not from, but spent a good 10 years, is where my family has like really cheap gas.
I know that once I get to America, I've been told multiple times, hey, once you get to America, you know you can't get trains right. You have to get a car. Yes, I know why you don't have a train system. It's because the country's too big and it's too expensive. I get it.
There is a train system.
It's just
Well, we do have a train system.
There's
Yeah,
passenger
but-
trains.
It sucks.
Yeah,
Which is
but like,
expensive as fuck, but there's passenger trains.
yeah, but you
Everybody
guys
else-
can't get like a bullet trains everywhere like England or Korea does.
Good.
We
If someone
could.
would pay for it.
Yeah, we could if our government weren't a bunch of idiots.
Or even if a business wanted to pay for it, make some money.
I'm thinking about getting a bullet train between, what was it, Brisbane and Melbourne.
It's
They were going to do a bullet train in California, and then that fell through because
one day
Jerry Brown's a retard.
Yeah.
But I know I can take a train from Austin to Omaha.
I'm used to taking like trains, buses, and taxis everywhere because it's just cheaper than driving.
As
Really?
much as Austinites complain about their bus system, it's actually pretty good compared to everywhere else.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
take your word for that.
I miss it.
I mean, I complained like, oh man, I have to wait another 10 minutes to get the bus, and it's like then I hear America, I'm like, oh shit, I shouldn't complain about the bus system anymore.
Like Sioux City, Iowa.
I've been in rural areas where there's only been 2 buses out of morning and 2 in of an afternoon, and you cannot hold down a 9-to-5 job in the nearby city because of that.
Yeah,
Because
same here.
the last bus out is at 4 o'clock in the fucking afternoon.
That's Sioux City. The buses run every hour, and they only run from
even
like
with
7
a
a.m. to
pension-
4 p.m.
Yeah, and
How
even
on
with
the
the
buses?
pension, you're paying over, $15 for a one-way ticket, pretty much.
Oh no, the bus
Yeah.
prices I think in
Well,
Austin was
And then I go
It's
to places
$2.50
like Brisbane,
for
and
day
it's like
pass.
$2 for a day pass. Yes, please. Thank you very much.
It's $2.50 for a
Where
day
you-
pass in Austin, and then the reduced fare is $1.25 for a day pass.
Where I
And-
used to live, the buses would end at like midnight, and I remember I missed the bus, like the last bus. The guy was a dick. He just closed the doors on me and just left. And I would have been fucked if there wasn't a train system.
Yeah, they run 24
Wow.
hours there.
You do that in
Yeah,
America,
so-
you get the shit kicked out of you.
Right.
What? No,
Or
Or rock
actually,
through the back window.
yeah, no. Train systems. Getting a train system is pretty easy. Like I remember having to get a pass, and it only costs like £20 a month. And of course, when you take a bus and you take a train, and it's so much cheaper than just having a car. Why the fuck would you have a car? I mean, it's faster to go to train for £20. I mean, fuck.
And
Well,
on top
I
of
know if you're
that,
going cross
where
country,
you
it's
get a
probably
bloody
not.
car, that costs twice as much as the public system in the cities.
Well, up here you have to have a car. You're because it's
Yeah.
so massive, and there's so much distance between places up here,
Like
like
Texas.
between towns and cities. Yeah, Canada's like Texas on crack when it comes to distance between places.
Not
Texas
gonna
is
disagree. I see
it's
the towns
really
and
far apart. Like a 5-hour drive up here is nothing. Hey, Mark does that to get to work.
yeah, I saw the cities. I was using Google Maps to see how far each city was, and I was quite surprised. I was like, Jesus Christ, I thought it'd be closer together since it's a smaller country. Nope.
No.
No. It's really funny because a lot of Americans think that London is London is England. That's just let you know. Saying London is England is like saying California is America. It's that
California's
goddamn
a shit
stupid.
show.
The same problem here. I say I'm Australian, and they ask me if I'm from Sydney.
Oh god.
Nice people
Yeah.
in Perth.
But yeah, that's how stupid it is. But yeah, no. Our country, even though it's small,
Sydney when it's Canberra.
even though it's small, how our roads work and how that we've got cities within cities, like mind you, it's really hard to kind of get around. So like if you want to go to one part of the country to another, you kind of have to either take a bullet train or a really long coach ride. You kind of have to at that point.
The thing with Canada is it's a lot like America in the sense that each province is like a different region of the U.S. So if you want the inbred redneck, go to Saskatchewan. That's Arkansas. I mean, you want the expensive, high-end.
Larry Magog.
Go to
town.
Gotta speak French. Go to Quebec. It's each
No,
province.
Quebec. Nuke
Quebec sucks.
Quebec. And fucking make me the king. Fuck.
I don't know what a Quebec is.
Every
I
city
hate
has
Quebec.
a different atmosphere.
Oh.
If you want yuppie, you go to Melbourne. If you want straight up business, you go to Sydney. If you want a bit of fun, that more casual yet still business, you go to Brisbane. And if you just want to be fucked over in just about any way you can, go to where all the politicians are in Canberra.
Nuke them and make the world a better place.
Have you ever seen a 5-lane roundabout?
Yes.
Only on YouTube, and that shit scares the piss out of me.
I've seen on the bloody thing.
I would rather just drive an 18-wheeler through it.
Look, I'm in Texas, and we have retarded-ass people here that decided that it was a good idea to put roundabouts in random places.
Same here. Same
Yeah.
here.
Moving from a very loud place where you...
They put a
Moving
roundabout straight onto the freeway. And I was like, why the fuck do you need that?
When it comes to driving or the roads in Austin, I am fairly certain that your road construction workers, either they don't read blueprints in English, or all of your blueprints are just brought over from Thailand and not translated.
It's probably a little bit of both.
Probably. I don't understand the road systems down there, and I lived there for a hell of a long time.
One thing that makes me very depressed about Canberra is they've put in a big-ass fence around Parliament Hill.
The thing that depresses me about Austin is you will go on an off-ramp, go around this whole cloverleaf thing, and go out a little ways, and it just stops. There's nothing. Like, there's no road to get off of this. You can't turn around and go back up on the off-ramp. It literally, it just stops. You go on this off-ramp, and then nothing. You're fucking stuck.
Yeah, but there's a big fence around a large grassed area that's over the top of the Parliament, where there's a massive Australian flagpole. And a very cheap, fun thing to do up until all this bullshit with terrorist threats and all that shit was to let your kids run up to the top and then roll back down to the bottom, just constantly until they got sick. Now, that's the kind of thing that I'm sad for, because my nephews and niece will never have that experience that I had as a kid of rolling down Parliament Hill. Our Parliament was designed to be walked over, be owned by the people, and they've just taken away some of the best childhood memories you could make for yourself.
Take them back.
For real.
Viva la Revolution. Down Parliament Hill, which was over the top of the Parliament House.
I don't really have much of a childhood, so I don't really know a lot about childhood memory shit.
My parents tried really hard to make sure we had a normal childhood, because him going through full-time work to the point of never seeing us, to a full-time student, to a full-time priest, it makes for a bit of a challenge for people not to see anything different than someone who should be better than everyone else because of who your dad is, even though we still have vivid memories of him being a full-time mechanic.
My dad went from a police officer to a U.S. Marshal And he's a preacher now.
And my dad still rides a fucking Harley.
My dad drove me to my prom in his squad car.
I got my great informal in Dad's work car that had the clergy stickers on it.
No, his was a U.S. Marshal car. Yeah.
I used to also driven around town in the sidecar with the priest stickers on the pillion box.
He's a preacher now. I was when I was an adult. Growing up with a U.S. Marshal for a dad, it's
yeah, that sounds interesting.
Well, it's really fun because we've got stories of the priest's son, the sergeant's son, and the magistrate's son sitting in the back of the priest's Holden Kingswood smoking weed and getting done for it.
Yeah, that sounds kind of like the States over here. Fuck.
Yep. Nope. My dad would have killed us.
Pat actually, my brother ended up in the cop shop one night, and Mum refused to bail him out.
You know what? If it ever got arrested as a teenager,
last straw, you can stay in there this time. I'll see you in the morning.
Honestly, if any of us had ever gotten arrested as a teenager, we would rather have stayed in jail. I can't imagine any of us wanting to go home and face Dad. No. I just leave me in there to rot. In fact, don't ever let me out.
Yeah, we were like that with him as well. I've actually seen him with a split lip from my brother, but my brother turned out second best.
No thanks.
I've never seen him fight anyone other than that one time, and I don't ever want to see my dad angry. I've never seen him angry, and I don't intend to.
All of my brothers, with the exception of one, are military, so...
No, we're just a bunch of brats. Well, I'm the brat, they're not, but, you know. We all have that rebellious teenage stage.
No, we don't.
Yeah, we've got stubborn, pig-headed bastards in my family.
I can't.
Sounds nice.
It does. What do I hear bubbling?
But yeah, home's not home without a motorcycle and some stage of repair in the backyard.
I'm not a big fan of motorcycles. I get a lot of, especially in the summers, a lot of patients as a result of motorcycles.
Yeah, I can imagine.
A lot of them don't wear like helmets and stuff, so they're just organ donors.
Motorcycles.
If they're good enough for being organ donors.
Yeah, if there's enough left.
Second best.
Yeah, if there's enough left of them.
Yeah, that's
what we call it.
I got a gruesome story, and I am not sharing it, but yeah. Go right on.
Story. I'm a trauma nurse. I had a patient come in with 23 drink umbrellas up his urethra.
This dude was sleeping half.
Drink umbrellas in his urethra.
Sounds like Opal's handiwork.
You said her name and she appeared. She's in the chat now.
He claimed fell asleep with them in the bed and rolled around, and that's how they got up there.
Good timing.
I don't think rolling around causes things to slide into your urethra.
Especially 23 drink umbrellas.
Yeah, I don't think you would remain asleep after the one week.
No, this sounds like a drunk frat boy thing.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. The patient was in his 30s.
I'm not gay, man. I just had my bro like shove an umbrella in there. It doesn't make me gay. I'm not gay.
And one umbrella is a lot different than 23 umbrellas.
Yep. I think you were starting to enjoy it.
That one. That's right. I know of one young fellow that put some clear tubing up his urethra, a good several meters off it, and couldn't get it out.
I'm in pain just by listening.
Don't take drugs, kids. Don't take drugs. That's what we learned from that.
Yeah.
Don't do alcohol either.
We had a patient in Boston that had a loaded 44 up his anus.
Oh,
Well,
Jesus Christ. I'm dead. I tap out.
Just don't pull the trigger.
Safety off.
He's a candidate.
Safety
for
off.
Darwin Awards, man.
So we're surrounded, like we're going in and to remove it, and we're surrounded by these cops, SWAT cops with fucking bulletproof shields around them, and we're like standing right by this patient with nothing to protect us. I'm just looking around like, can I get one of those, please? Fuck.
Yeah, my grandfather used to be an ambulance officer out on the highways before seatbelts were invented.
Fun.
He took early retirement, and he won't have anything to do with hospitals or doctors. And my family and I have just come to the conclusion that he's ended up with PTSD.
Very well could have.
And we knew that he quit his job and took early retirement because he couldn't handle scraping young kids off asphalt anymore.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah.
So thankfully we have
pretty tough.
safety glass and seatbelts nowadays because they do save a lot of lives.
Yeah,
And then there's
when
cases
people bother
where
to use them.
the seatbelts break and that saves the kid's life.
Oh,
We
my
had
dad
an
did.
Sorry.
No, sorry, I didn't mean to.
Oh, we had an accident out front of our house one night. A group of young kids speeding away from the cops at an odd roundabout flipped their car over and wrapped it around the tree out front of our house.
Everybody wants to think they're Paul Walker, for fuck's sake.
It had enough torque that the car broke a concrete pylon that's about 2 foot high off the ground out of the asphalt of the road because we had a Anzac Memorial Cenotaph as the roundabout. It wasn't a roundabout, but everyone used it as one anyway. And that cenotaph ended up, or that little block around the cenotaph ended up basically on our front doorstep, a good 30 meters away from the thing. And the police actually impounded it as evidence, and the council didn't like that too much. But when the car went to do whatever it was of the whole flipping and shit and ending up on its roof and wrapped around a tree, the kid in the passenger seat, his seatbelt broke, got flung into the back seat behind the driver, and that saved his life because where he was sitting ended up having a tree in it.
Oh.
So there are cases where seatbelts save lives, and then there's other cases of them failing and also saving lives.
Other than, like...
And I was pissed off because these two kids kept me up all night with the jaws of life trying to get them out of the fucking cars. They're screaming, "Not the car! Don't cut the car!"
I think some of the most interesting patients we get are the homeless ones. We had a homeless woman come in, and this was not long after I started nursing, actually, and I go in the room, and the smell is just horrendous. And it turns out her entire groin area was covered in maggots.
Oh, God.
Well, that's interesting.
Oh, I am going to have nightmares now.
Another one was one of our regulars, and it's an overnight shift. He comes in drunk as usual. Well, he's in a wheelchair. and it's a homeless guy. And he tells one of my coworkers, because I'm standing like back up behind the desk, one of my coworkers asks her to come here. So she walks up to him, leans down over the wheelchair, which you don't fucking do because you never know what they're going to do. But she bends over and kneels over this wheelchair. He pulls this blanket back and just ejaculates right in her face and her mouth.
Wow.
Yeah,
she quit.
That's not dangerous at all. Yeah, oh
She
dear.
quit. I think she quit nursing completely, and she'd only been there for like 3 days.
Yeah, my mum had cases of a gross guy that was in the ward intentionally exposing himself and wanking off when the girls were there to, do their duties. And he'd get his missus to bring him a jar of deep heat, like Tiger Balm, and stick that on his dick, and then get the nurses to wash it off for him.
Throw some fucking rubbing alcohol on that bitch.
Yeah, we had a patient come in with a brass cock ring. And he took Viagra. He was drunk.
Oh boy.
So,
It won't come off.
no, picture an eggplant. So we have this patient in here, and we're telling him, we have to call one of the guys in services to get a bolt cutter to try to get this off. And if he didn't let us drain it with a 14 gauge needle.
No needles.
Oh yeah. He
finally overdose Viagra in a young, healthy man.
Yeah, this dude was only like 22. This was Austin. This is Austin. He finally, when
gotta drain it.
Yeah, it was literally the size of an eggplant before he caved and let us drain it. And the minute we inserted that needle, he was screaming like a little girl. It's like, dude, this has got to hurt less than what you're in right now. People are just stupid.
No arguments there.
Yeah. I still, he was literally crying like a toddler would cry.
It's a sensitive area.
I mean,
stupid shit.
Yeah.
But if he went into it earlier, he wouldn't have been in so much pain.
And that's why I believe in Darwinism.
Viagra with a brass cock ring, you have to slip on and off as opposed to one that opens up.
No. Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah. I mean, and I don't think this was like a professional one because it did not have a way to open it.
Yeah. Or at least like have an adjustable one where it's like got a screw on there so you can at least alleviate tension.
Something. This didn't have anything. It was literally a solid brass ring with like a weld spot where the two ends go together.
Yeah, I've seen those.
Why would you do that?
Stupidity.
That sounds like a bad idea just to begin with, without the Viagra.
And the alcohol.
I remember when I used to work, there was some guy who just walked up to me, kissed me, and tried to walk away, and that's when I whacked him.
Damn. Yeah, don't fuck with this one.
Yeah, I decided to move away from Coffs Harbour when I had 14-year-olds hitting on me. It's like, nope, fuck that shit. I'm out.
Well, here's the thing, though. I'm a small girl with a fucking cane, and people think, oh yeah, that's easy to mess with, and people don't realize.
Anyone who's in the health industry knows that the ones with the canes are the ones not to fuck with.
The one I usually take with me is fucking metal, and the other one I take with me from my steampunk gear is made of wood and has a heavy metal top.
Goddamn right.
I have the advantage. People understand that.
All you gotta do is get a hidden sword in that cane, and you'll be like, hey, bitch, and walk away.
Well, there's a type of martial arts based off the cane, so, why not?
I kind of wish I can have a sword cane or a gun cane, but I can't legally
But
walk
you
around
can
with
still use
those.
your cane as
Damn
a
it.
weapon, and there is a type of British martial arts based around a gentleman's cane.
Yeah,
Right.
I remember when the police tried to confiscate my cane, and I was just like, "Well, are you going to give me a ride home? No. Well, you're putting a citizen in danger then." They didn't say to take my
Dipshits.
cane. Well, no, because if they put a citizen in danger, then they would have broken the law, sort of thing. Because police are legally not allowed to put a citizen in danger for no reason.
Well, yeah, that's
So, yeah, they were going to put me. So it's technically putting a disabled woman in danger by taking away her cane and not giving her a lift home. So they
It's like
decided
taking
to
a
just give me a
wheelchair
lift
away
home.
from a paraplegic. You don't do that shit.
right.
Yeah.
But I
So
think
they didn't give me a lift home. They just left me there, but they left me with the cane. So I was like, "Fuck you, people."
I think one of the other than like penile severances where they're cut off, I think the worst case of a penile injury, we had a patient in the waiting room, and we went out, and he was trying to take a dump in a garbage can, and
Sometimes you gotta.
we ended up having to put in a Foley catheter, which is a catheter with the balloon. We inflate the balloon in there, and he was actually there for acute intoxication. Anyway, I leave the room, I come back, and I notice that the side rails are up, and his catheter is wrapped around the side rail. It's stretched nearly 3 feet from his penis to the railing. So I tried to get him to stop and explain to him what's going on. And while we're trying to move him, he's crapping all over the floor. And when we get the tension on the when we get almost get to the bed, the tension on the catheter releases, and he started bleeding out of his penis. And he's like, "I don't feel any pain." So I leave to go get more help and supplies. His penis is dripping blood. And then the catheter just breaks out and clots just start pouring out everywhere. He lost about 2 cups of blood. So I had to order recath. I got lots of lidocaine, but he was now in so much pain it didn't help. So it took a few of us to clean up the blood and the crap and hold him down. We actually had to strap him down for a cath reinsertion. So we cath him on 22. Yeah. We put him on Ativan and pain meds, and honestly, penises can bleed a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have a lot of blood vessels going there.
To rip out a full catheter with the balloon still inflated is just one of the most horrifying things you could do. It's something I would recommend. I don't care how you have to be pretty fucking drunk to even try, because usually even with alcohol, the pain of pulling on it is going to stop you.
Yeah, generally.
Yeah, but alcohol is an analgesic.
Yeah.
And it also increases bleeding because it thins the blood.
Yeah. We get some crazy people coming through.
And people
Damn, I thought it was bad over here.
Anymore.
This was in Texas.
I was really worried about Mum one night because she was at work in one of the worst wards in the Dubbo Base Hospital. And it was basically everything and anything there, such as high care post-op, all the way through to drugs and mental cases.
Right.
And so you can imagine how full on a night shift on that kind of ward is.
Ugh.
So they had a fellow come in who was completely off his head, unnatural strength. It took about
PCP.
all the guards and the wardsmen to pin him down and then physically restrain him. But Mum copped a kick off him.
Ugh.
And we're just grateful that she wasn't any closer, because he would have completely smashed her entire shoulder. He just ended up with lots of bruising instead. And that's when we turned around to her and went, "You're going to have to change wards, because me as more of a 14-year-old is like, I don't want you to be in an unsafe working environment."
I worked overnights in the ER in Austin, Texas. There's no such thing as a safe work environment. These people are fucking crazy.
I'm aware of that. Like I said, if you got someone coming off ice with a mental disorder...
Our biggest problem, we really didn't have a problem with ice. We had a problem with spice.
I've heard about that.
Yeah, spice is fucking nightmare. We do a lot of places do like homeless outreach down there, and we had a woman come in. She tried to set another homeless person's tent on fire with him sleeping in it. She was on spice, and so I guess she told him that she thought that his fiance was in there too, but she had left to go charge her phone or something. But she comes in with several face fractures. It turns out, from what I gathered when I talked to the guy that did it to her, is he woke up hearing snip, 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 snip of her trying to catch this tent on fire. So he comes out, asks, they get into a fight, and she just lost it on him, was trying to kill him, so he grabbed a broom and broke it over her face. And that didn't stop her. So he grabbed this big, TV radio thing and bashed that across her for a couple of times, and that didn't stop her either. So finally he grabbed a big log chain, started beating her with that, and she still wouldn't back off. And that's when the cop showed up, and she ended up in the ER, and she was acting like nothing was wrong. Like, she was still aggressive, she was still pissed off, she wasn't unconscious, which I can't figure out how. Anybody else would be out fucking cold at that point.
Stupid human strength, unnatural strength.
Well, and spice is fucked up anyway.
She had fucking brain swelling, and she should have been out.
She should have been dead.
And she's still up walking around. Spice, that shit's no joke.
No, it's not.
I know. Keep in mind, the area we were living in when this incident happened to Mum, the local grocery store, in the hardware section, where there was, metho and stuff like that, it had a little sign on it saying "cold ones in the fridge." Lo and behold, you go to the drinks fridge, and behind all the 2-3 liter Coke bottles and that are bottles of methylated spirits of ethanol just chilled down to drinking temperature. That's how bad the situation was in that town at that time. And of course, someone dobbed them in for that, for having the sign of cold ones in the fridge. It's like, well, all the alcoholics that are drinking it, they're going to go home and chill it anyway, so why not have a cold one on the way home? He was just caring for what was there. It was that bad that there was a store that took advantage of the alcohol issue and sold cold ethanol in the fridge.
Well, that's disgusting.
When I was a teenager, there's this epidemic going on in England. I don't know what it's actually called, but in the street name it's called Pandora Box.
Okay.
It's mixing any drug you can. Like, it's mixing some of the hardest drugs there are all together in pill form.
It's not as bad as Fahrenheit.
Yeah, well, it's basically, it's really popular. Basically, think about the hardest drugs you can find, like heroin, ecstasy, and all that stuff, and then just putting it in a pill. That's basically what they're doing. And when I was a teenager, I lived in block flats again. And the problem was apparently there was people making the stuff right there. So it freaked me out one day when I came home and police was everywhere, and I was like, I'm not going in there. They were just making it and everything. But I remember people freaking out in the hallways. So if you see, there was kind of a rule where it was like if you see people freaking out in the hallways or someone's got a goddamn knife, you're staying at your friend's house for a couple of days. But it does. Pandora is really dangerous because people who are on Pandora don't understand the concept of danger. So they, even if they're fucking outnumbered, they'll still come at you with a fucking knife or a gun or whatever the fuck they have, even their own fists. It's kind of like even if you've got a machine gun in front of you, they'll coming at you like a fucking maniac with a little knife.
Sounds like PCP.
Yeah.
The thing with Fahrenheit is it literally makes them crazy. The selling point is with Fahrenheit is you only have to take it a few times, and then you're high for the rest of your life. What Fahrenheit is a combination of methamphetamine and mercury.
Holy
out of UV bulbs. Turns their brains to cottage cheese.
Shit.
It's
mercury is not something you want to fuck with.
They mix it with meth and they put it on a sugar cube and you melt it under your tongue.
Oh my god.
Out their face. Like we had a patient die, half of his face was fucking gone.
Oh, I think I just hit my threshold.
Because that's how you want to go out.
Right?
I want to go out.
I want to go out.
A dude from
it's supposedly, according to them, it's the ultimate high.
Oh my god.
It's like you're fucking idiots.
Come on, JJ.
I thought the hard way what a meth house smells like.
I mean, the most craziest drug I've ever seen someone on is Pandora, because they turn into absolutely murdering psychopaths, and the rule is don't ever look at someone in the eye if they're on Pandora, because they'll try and fucking murder you no matter what.
Yeah, the thing with
that's the craziest drug that I've ever seen. Really,
Fahrenheit's the worst I've seen. Crocodile's pretty bad, but Fahrenheit's the absolute worst because you take it for a short period of time, so it's cheaper because you never have to take it again. And it's like, do you idiots not ever ask why you only have to take it for a certain period of time? It's not like there's a reason why.
They complain about mercury in vaccines, yet there it is.
Oh yeah, I guess they get it out of those UV light bulbs, the long ones. If you don't
have mercury in them.
Yeah, if you don't light it, you take a new one. You can get, because once you light it, the mercury is like throughout. It turns to a gas, but before it's ever used, it's in liquid form inside of there, and they draw that out. And one of the people got caught because he had dropped this bulb syringe that they used to get it out in his foot. And his big swelled up like this big mercury ball in his foot. And he comes into the ER and, we're looking him over and doctor comes in and tells him, I can't cut that out because if I cut it, I'm going to risk getting it into your bloodstream. But yeah, the idiot got caught because he dropped the bulb into his foot and stabbed himself with mercury.
Fuck those CFL lights. That's all I got to say.
He's going to end up with insanity pretty quickly.
Yeah.
As mad as a hatter. Quite literally, because mercury was used in a millinery process.
And that's where the term comes from, actually.
Yes, I've done my research. I love the history of textiles. That's my specialty.
I'm trying to figure out what idiot first came up with that and thought it would be a good idea.
Well, they didn't know about it.
No, I'm talking about today with Fahrenheit. Yeah, they call it Fahrenheit because mercury thermometers.
Yes, I figured that.
And What idiot sat down and said it would be a good idea to, you know, it'd be a good idea, let's make mixed meth with that shit in the thermometer over there and eat it.
Because why not? We already have meth.
Two people were high out of their fucking minds and know what they're like. Take the first good idea that comes to mind.
We had one patient come in.
Or bad idea.
Who said instead of putting it on the sugar cube, that you get a better high if you draw it up through asbestos insulation.
Oh,
which
fuck
filters
off.
it out so that you can draw it up. I was like, you're gonna die.
Yeah, I don't want your job at all. This shit is
There's
cringe.
a reason why I tell people I can't be my mother, I can't be in nursing.
I can't imagine doing anything.
Can't handle this shit.
I can't imagine doing anything but nurse.
I would rather just be a bouncer and beat the hell out of people because people are fucking stupid. 'Cause that's fun.
Well, I get to deal with the aftermath of you beating the hell out of people.
Yeah.
Can we
One thing
all
I
just
learned-
go back to like natural shit? Can we go back to like peyote and shrooms and pot? I think like that's okay.
Oh, don't forget about the angel dust that's coming back.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
One thing I learned living in Brisbane is I now know what a meth lab smells like.
Oh, dude.
Oh, I learned that living in Iowa.
Oh. I was
Because
working.
up the road from my college was a house that constantly smelled like cooking sugar. You know, those little really hard toffees that you get at the school fetes and that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It constantly smelled like they were cooking those. And I'm thinking, God, they like their toffee.
Yeah, it was
And
real
then
bad in
one
Iowa
day
for
there
a
was
long
a couple
time.
of police cars out
Oh,
front.
yeah.
It's like, oh,
Dude.
oh, that's why they like their toffee. Because it was an ingredient in their meth.
I was working at Walmart at the time, and there was a mobile meth lab in this dude's 1984 Crown Vic, and that shit stunk up the entire parking lot. I walked down to the bus stop, and I could smell the damn car from where I was at, and I was downwind. I was like, Jesus Christ. It literally got me dizzy and shit like that. I literally had to take a break from inhaling all those fumes. No, thank you.
I don't understand how people can stay in the same room while making that shit. Just the laundry list of crap that they put into that garbage.
Right.
There's people that make it in plastic bottles.
Oh, fuck that.
Sit there and shake it.
I even told my boss, and they didn't even or I told the assistant manager they didn't even believe me. And I'm like, wow, you fuckers live in your own little bubble. You don't. Hello? You don't know about the real world if you don't think that shit goes around.
Right.
Yeah. And it's funny, of all the people I know who deal in drugs, none of them will touch meth or ice.
I don't know any people that deal in drugs, but I know a lot of people that take them. They usually end up my patients.
When I'm in Brisbane, I can get pretty much anything and everything I want except for meth and ice, because none of them will touch it. They're like, no, that's too crazy. That's too hard. No, we'd rather just stick with our weed and our THC and
Go to low income areas and you'll find some ice.
Yeah, I didn't see a lot of ice in Austin.
Yeah, it's not real relevant here.
Meth.
I'm kind of on the ice highway, so yeah.
Mostly it's K2. Mostly it's spice.
Yep.
That's like the biggest thing you see there, followed by like your standard meth and ice, and then we get the crazy shit that pops up once in a while, like the Fahrenheit and the idiot that drew it up through asbestos fucking insulation.
Autism
He was
is real.
dying. There was no way around it. I mean, there was nothing we could do. He died like 3 or 4 days later.
Because as I said, I know people that do MDMA, THC, ecstasy, that kind of stuff. They'll happily dabble in that. And,
We see a lot of a lot
seeing
of
cocaine
X.
stuff like that, but you know, I've had people say, "Oh, if you want to, take acid, I'll happily give you some, no charge," because they just offered. It's like, well, no thanks. I don't know what it's going to do to my brain. Because
Austin has a lot.
My brain works different on drugs to other people.
Austin has a lot of festivals and things like that, and that's where we get a lot of like the X and the roofies and that kind of shit. Is during the festivals.
Yeah, we got Strawberry Fields Festival coming up, and that's notorious for really bad drugs.
I think the worst for us in the ER is South by Southwest. We're just slammed.
Yeah, them SJW assholes too.
Oh, it's like I've never gotten to actually go out during South by and enjoy it. I've always had to work. Everybody has to work. They don't give a shit. You're working 7 days a week until this shit's over with.
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of like over here with Speedboat Weekend.
I know, like, people get into Pandora because it gives them the feeling, from someone I talked to who was on it, it gives them the feeling of floating on clouds and getting a blowjob at the same time, and makes you forget all your troubles and that stuff. And I'm just like going, why don't you just get ecstasy instead? That's cheaper and safer.
Cheaper way is just get alcohol on a blowjob. Same experience. Cheaper.
Yeah, but
if you like
people just
go out to Brisbane and ask your mates for a cone of weed, and you're all good.
Yeah. Oh, and I think it's also got something to do with
Cones
the fact
and
that it's
blowjobs.
cool. It's cool to take it at the moment, which makes no sense because it turns you into a violent psychopath that murders everybody after you hit the crash. Like, yeah, it's all lovely and fine. But as soon as they start hitting the crash, don't look at a fucking person under Pandora in the eyes. Ever.
I hope that shit never comes my way, because we have a big drug trade that comes through here.
Well, you got to remember, man, we have Flocka and shit like that to deal with.
Meth and heroin is big in my area.
You see, heroin was always big where Dallas, and so yeah, heroin was always big there. That's actually where I saw more ice. That's and a lot of meth.
Right. I look up Flacker, and the first thing I see is the new zombie drug taking over Australia by the World Health Organization. Right.
Oh, yay. That's always terrible.
Alpha PvP. Yeah, that'd do it.
Yeah, look up the videos where people are running headfirst into oncoming cars on that shit.
Hell no.
The stills of it is close enough for me.
Yeah, it's a zombie drug, Eagle. It's all. It might as well be fucking pure ass zombies.
Otherwise, it might as well be the T-virus.
Yeah, we have a major ice and mess epidemic here. I'm actually on one of the main trafficking routes. The bikers make it in Melbourne and ship it up to Sydney, and the same with cocaine and stuff like that. I've seen people with almost half a kilo brick of cocaine going up to Sydney or Brisbane or somewhere like that. They were in around the Coffs Harbour district. The Bandito motorcycle group is like, what the fuck are you fuckheads doing here?
Banditos are now in Australia. What the
fuck? Down in the southern areas for a long time.
Oh my god.
You guys do realise that if the local chapters find you, they're gonna fucking kill you. Oh, a bunch of dickheads. Anyway, they're like, oh yeah, local girl, whatever. Chill out, hang out. Would you like some coke? Like, yeah, nah, thanks. Not into that. I got enough sinus problems as it is without adding that shit to it. And heading home, one of them's like, oh, hey, you want to, go for a shag? And it's like, nah, no thanks. I'm out of here. And we were in the main street. And that's like a block away from my house, half a block away from a friend's house, 3 doors up from the police station and courthouse. And he wants to make trouble. So I just point out to him, if anything happens, all I have to do is scream and you're in the lockup. Because unlike you, I've got a name around here. So you bandito fuckers can go fuck yourselves. And that really put him in his place, and he kind of fucked off after that, which was good.
Oh, so he wasn't a 1%er.
I don't think they're quite the same banditos that we have here, by the sounds of it.
Oh, they're just a bunch of scum. That's all.
Yeah, but if you said shit like that to a bandito in this country, there's a good chance we'd find your mutilated body somewhere off of
Yeah, because the banditos here are
If you're lucky,
drug runners.
I have this saying, drugs feel. I have to say, drugs feel so good that you should never do it again.
You should never do it in the first place.
Yeah.
Stick to caffeine and alcohol.
I've never even touched weed just because of the sheer stupidity that comes in as a result of drugs.
Oh, dude.
I won't touch them.
Okay.
I do smoke. I do cigarettes. I do drink coffee, but that's...
Yeah.
A childhood friend of mine, this guy fucking smokes up every day to where he should not be able to drive, and he fucking fucked up his truck twice because he was so high out of his fucking mind and he was rushing his girlfriend around.
We're all technically doing drugs in some level, but we're more talking about... No, we're more talking about
it's completely
the
legal here.
Class A and Class B drugs are usually the ones you stay away from. Class C and anything below shouldn't be taken, but should be regulated. Because
they're regulated.
Class C, that's when it's kind of like, what's the point putting war over Class C when Class B and A are the real problems? Class C is more of an inconvenience, if that makes sense.
I don't really see
doctor's prescription for those who truly need it.
Yeah, I don't really see hardly any ever have problems with people who smoke weed. But in the case of me, do you really want to come into the ER and your nurses be high as fuck?
Nah.
Exactly.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying anyone should just take drugs no matter what. But it's it's more of a case of Class B and A are usually the really are the drugs everyone talks about, and then Class C's, the stuff like weed, shit like that, and it's like, what's the point of doing a war over this? No one's died from this drug. At least Class B and A, people have died from it.
That's mostly
like I said, weed here is legal, so
yeah,
across the country, it's fully legalized here.
Yeah,
it's still illegal here.
Yeah.
Which is stupid because those who want it have it anyway, and cops turn a blind eye to it because they've got more important things to do, like dealing with alcoholic flogging his partner, or the person off their face on ice or some shit like that.
I have no problem with legalizing weed any more than I have a problem with alcohol or cigarettes.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't get patients who've overdosed.
I just wish they had the same plain packaging for alcohol as they did cigarettes. Because I believe alcohol is more damaging for the family unit than what cigarettes are.
Yeah. Alcohol
in
is a
moderation,
disaster.
alcohol's good, but for those addicted to it, it doesn't just affect them themselves; it affects their community.
Well, here's the thing. Most people are not alcoholics. Most people are not addicted to alcohol. You have people that are addicted to food. I have patients 600, 700, 800, 900 pounds. Addiction is
It's just a dopamine broken. I had addiction on fucking Coca-Cola, for fuck's sake.
Right, and you can get addicted to anything.
Yeah, you can be addicted to anything.
So saying, well,
cigarettes the moment I got put onto escitalopram because it fixed my brain chemicals.
I am trying, I'm doing the water vaping thing right now to try to quit smoking while I'm pregnant.
Yeah.
So, and I am addicted to cigarettes. I don't drink alcohol. I'm pregnant. Water vaping is just a way for me to try, because for me it's more the hand-mouth thing. It's the hand-mouth.
Yeah.
That's not the sweet addiction. Or no, that's alcohol. Never mind.
Yeah. So I've had this flavored water. It tastes like cigarettes.
Yeah.
And I vape that instead, which is because it doesn't have nicotine or anything in it. It's not affecting fetuses. It's as opposed to like smoking would. I still smoke anywhere from 3 to 5 cigarettes a day, but that's a hell of a lot better than 2 packs a day.
Fucking A.
Or a carton.
I think if you smoked a carton a day, you'd be in the ER. You'd be
I
your
know
lungs up.
people that would smoke 2 packs a day. And then you got the emphysemic bastards who are still smoking.
Yeah.
But I used to smoke until I got put on my SSRIs. And the moment I went on them, all the cravings and that went, because it was a psychological crutch, a band-aid to a bigger problem.
So you were addicted to the nicotine, as opposed to where me, it's the hand-mouth habit.
Well, actually, I wasn't addicted to the nicotine, because the moment I stopped, I had no withdrawals. It was my brain not processing its own chemicals properly because of the amount of stress I was under, as well as the neurological breakdown I had and all that jazz.
Right.
It was my brain needed the stimulation. Just constantly. And now I've got something that's replacing it. So, using it to calm the anxiety, now I've got the medication that deals with that. No more cigarettes, because it started socially, and then it went on to as an excuse for me to get away from the situation I was in, so I could have 5 minutes to just clear my head and think and calm down and settle myself out, and then rejoin a social group. Because, introverts that learn to be extroverts have a very interesting time of things.
I started smoking as a kid. I started by stealing my mom's cigarettes. She never smoked in the house, but I don't know why I started. I was just smoking. So I think I stole my first cigarette when I was like 11 or 12.
Mm-hmm.
And I just stole my mom's, and then my grandpa caught me one time and made me smoke an entire carton of Camel King non-filters.
Oh, shit.
In one sitting, thinking that would make me stop, and instead, I have been a regular smoker since.
I don't understand. I don't understand that mentality. Like, oh no, they'll go sick and they won't want cigarettes.
No,
it's like putting your hand. It's like putting your hand on
That's how you get addicted.
is the mentality.
Till
That's
the
like giving. That's like giving. I'm sorry, but that's like giving a child. That's like giving like a child tries LSD for once, and then they never do it again. But then the mother finds out. Oh, really? Oh, well, here's all this LSD. I want you to take it all right now. That's how you get addicted. I don't understand logic.
Yeah, give me all
My
the
grandfather
LSD
was
right
born
now.
in like 1910, 1920,
Yeah.
some shit like that.
Give them
So
the entire sheet.
completely
Enjoy the
different
trip,
styles than people have today. I think that was because before, like I said, I'd steal my mom's once in a while. But it's probably something I could have just set aside and been done with if my grandpa hadn't made broken an entire fucking carton of non-filters in one sitting at 12 years old.
I mean, hell, if my dad had that my dad luckily didn't have that mentality. He didn't. He didn't really give a shit if we would smoke or not. Mostly because he didn't believe that smoking gives you cancer. But basically,
Smoking increases your chances higher than smoking.
Yeah, I know. It's
Science.
if my dad tried to do that when my brother started smoking, my brother would be like, "Oh no!" My brother wouldn't be like, "Oh no!" He would be like, "Oh no!" In his mind, he's going like, "Fuck yes!" It's like. It doesn't make sense to someone who's already smoking to give someone a packet of cigarettes and think they're going to quit smoking after they have that packet of cigarettes.
I think
doesn't make sense.
Because it makes you violently sick. Every time you tried to smoke, you'd feel that sick. It doesn't work. It gets you like hooked on that nicotine.
Yeah. Well, I don't get hooked to the nicotine. It's just the psychological crutch, as I was saying, because I'm one of those lucky bastards where I'll put them down for 6 months and then I'll pick them up for 3 months, put them down for a couple of weeks, pick them up for a month, put them down for another 2 months, and very erratic.
I'm one of those people where if I don't have cigarettes by day 2, I'm a royal fucking bitch. Like, to the point I've tried smoking a few times, and my mother or my sister, who doesn't even smoke, my sister doesn't smoke at all, will buy me a pack of cigarettes and tell me to smoke because I'm such a royal fucking cunt when I don't have cigarettes.
Yeah,
it's
like,
horrible,
here's your
and I'm
bottle.
emotional.
My breakdown.
Like, I'll scream and cry and break down at the drop of a pin.
And it wasn't until my breakdown that I couldn't go more than like 6 days without one.
6 days? I can't go more than a day.
That's because I'm a
from
casual
killing
pleb.
people?
I'm like,
Give me a cigarette.
I haven't touched
Exactly.
like a year since I got medicated, so.
Oh no! If I don't have a cigarette that day, just stay the fuck away from me. I will. Yeah. I'm a horrible person. Horrible.
Yeah, I picked them up after I started my medication and went, ew, yuck. Nope. Just cold turkey, because what my brain was after the medication's doing for it. So
my notes.
The backer just went completely out the window. Just all desire gone, all need gone. So it wasn't a drug. It wasn't the nicotine. It was the sheer anxiety overwhelming and eating you to death, pretty much.
Yeah, if I quit smoking, that's another thing. Is I would be a fucking house.
I remember when I was a teenager, I was smoking, and then one day my brain just clicked and went, "I don't want to smoke anymore," and then I didn't. Like I didn't have any withdrawals or anything. I didn't go back to it. I didn't. My brain just clicked and went, "I don't want this anymore," and I never had it again. And it was just really weird.
I've been smoking for well over almost 25 years. So.
Yeah, I was smoking
about 10 years on and off.
I was smoking for about nearly 2 years when I was a teenager, and then all of a sudden my brain just clicked. I was like, I don't know what the fuck happened, but it just, I don't know. I never picked up a cigarette again.
Yeah, my brain doesn't click like that.
Yeah. I have no idea what happened. Basically,
everyone's different.
my early 20s, and it wasn't until like last year that my brain did the whole clicking thing and went, yep, nope. I was on the medication, starting it, and on the tobacco, and the longer I was on it, the worse it tasted and less I wanted it.
Mm-hmm.
No. I've tried. It's just one of those things that's not going to happen. And I've tried several times over the past 25 years or so to quit. It's not going to happen. And there's a lot of people like that. And there's people like you guys who can just quit.
Yeah, it's not easy to quit.
I think it's more of a I have a impulse problem. Like sometimes it's really weird. Either I overthink everything or I just impulsively do something. And that can work in my favor or that can work in my detriment.
OCD and ADD? You got a combination of both?
I don't like talking about my
Gotcha.
it's well, we're live, so but basically it's just a weird thing of either I overthink or I just do.
Quit. You're not a lapdog.
Well, speaking of quitting, it is 5 o'clock, so
Lame.
It's 3:45 here.
It's almost 10 p.m. over here.
Yeah.
Y'all in the future and I'm in the past.
4:45 a.m. here.
Yeah.
Oh, I know you're talking
Quarter to
AM.
11.
We tell you.
To you guys, it's Wednesday. For me, it's Thursday. So.
Yeah.
For me, it's Friday.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
Friday
it's
morning
Friday.
over here.
so it's Friday now.
It's Friday the 30th here.
It is Friday today. Sorry,
Wait,
my
it's Friday?
brain just.
It's my Friday.
I'm the one who's all the way in the
I don't know
past.
why I'm thinking it's Thursday. My brain gets fucked up with times and days. I have no comprehension of time. Probably a good thing I'm so open about my disorders and other such, because I just tell people if I'm getting inappropriate or hyperactive or anything like that, just smack me in the face with a truth bomb and tell me to pull my fucking head in.
Inappropriate. I've never sent you nudes, have I?
Huh?
I've never sent you nudes, have I? You
No, but it's
don't
the
want
whole,
them.
It's the whole social cues and appropriation and all that shit.
Yeah, fuck that shit. I'm straight up a troll.
I'm just looking.
God save the trolls.
I think I'm trolling when I'm actually not.
I'm pretty sure Mad Metal has seen some of the nudes I send.
No, the only thing I've seen has been the cell phone.
The cell phone in the end of the penis.
What the fuck?
That was great. It was like a fucking Galaxy S too, man.
I think I've seen that. Yeah.
It looked good. Yeah.
Thank God I don't have Twitter.
Yeah, you want to stay away from mine if you don't have a really strong stomach.
Holy shit! It's Friday.
Yeah, it's Friday. I count down the days while Mark's gone.
I thought it was Tuesday.
No, oh, thank God it's not.
Wrong direction.
Oh, next Tuesday would be fine because he comes home on Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
But
Good times.
I'll put my Twitter in the sidebar and shit. It would probably be a good time for everyone to shield their shit, since it sounds like Metal Man's closing down for the night.
Yeah.
I need to go.
I've started nodding off on my end. Sorry for the silence here.
I was gonna wake you up.
Discussion. But yeah,
I think I've seen you mentioned on here a few times, but never in my.
Who, me?
No, this Lysis.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah, Lysis is cool.
I follow her.
Oh, okay.
You don't follow me back though.
Are you following me, Phading?
What's your Twitter?
Tyro Inchoate, all one word.
It's what, Tyro and what?
Have
Inchoate.
everyone's.
Okay, now I'm following you. Yay!
Here, I'll post it.
There's posted in the side chat there, in the chat.
Yeah. I'll post it in the stream chat. Bonk.
It means I gotta go back to the stream. Hold on.
Yeah. Apparently, Trippy's got a bit of an issue with me, but that's his problem.
Josh.
What I do?
I said Trippy, not you.
Josh,
Miss
do you
Steam
even have a Twitter?
No, sir, I do not, because I know I would get banned because I am a blunt son of a bitch.
Oh, dude, no. As long as you put your shit on, if you set your settings to, what do they call it? Sensitive or like sensitive material. Like mine's set to sensitive material. Your account is protected. I sent a request.
Mine?
No, Tyro.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Whoa.
Yeah, I already follow you, Lysis.
Yep, gotcha.
All right. But yeah, my Twitter is interesting.
Sorry, I'm looking.
Yeah, all you
like
fuckers are stalking me, so.
I'm looking through your
Stalking?
prolapse. So.
The anal prolapse.
Yep. One day I'll have one of those.
You see, at least you can do that.
Come again?
Just a medical document.
Oh yeah, you'll see a lot of inappropriate content on my Twitter.
Don't worry, mine's a lot of political shit.
Mine? No. I would just be a royal dick on Twitter, and I know I would get
I'm a
perma-fried.
royal dick on Twitter. What are you talking about? I argue a lot with Christians, anti-vaxxers, flat earthers, stupid people. I don't give a shit. I'll argue with anybody.
I've seen it.
That's the best way to argue.
So that's what a tapeworm looks like up close.
Oh, God. No. Nope.
And that's because there's people that are buying tapeworm eggs to lose weight.
Oh, my God.
That's an old thing.
It is a really old thing, but it's like, it's so simple. You can literally Google tapeworm eggs, click shopping, and just buy them.
Yeah, what was that?
Uh,
That movie, Thinner, from Stephen King. Yep, after that, I was like, yep, I'm out. I'm out. I'm out.
But what these idiots don't understand is, okay, they get the tapeworm and they lose weight. You lose a lot of weight fast because it's a parasite. And it's literally consuming everything that you consume. And then tapeworms have to be medically removed. A.
Yes.
B. They lay eggs in your body, and those eggs spread to like your heart and your brain, and you end up with tapeworms in your other organs or in your brain. But because, even if they get them out before that happens, because while you have the tapeworm inside of you, you gorge yourself, because you're not going to gain weight, and the tapeworm's taking everything that you eat. The minute it comes out, you're in the habit of gorging yourself, and it's just going to come back. Your weight's going to come right back. Twice as fast. So they'll spend $100 on a bottle, like 12 of them, and just make it a habit of constantly taking tapeworms.
Wow. That no, just no. Wow.
Thank you, Tyro, saying exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah, that's. I'm gonna give myself cancer to lose weight. That sounds like a great idea.
Sorry, I just saw the basketball.
okay.
Oh, yes.
I love bringing this up, but since you mentioned, have you guys ever heard of the AIDS dietary chocolate?
No, but that just sounds fucking disgusting.
Sounds like a bad idea.
What?
No. These were aired during the AIDS they were late 70s and kept commercials on up until like the mid 80s, where they said stuff like live of AIDS.
You're breaking up a bit.
AIDS
A bit.
natural appetite suppressant.
We've got the mad metal robot here.
Oh no.
God save.
Hey, Furry must be going through my media.
I am. I'm getting to the good shit quick.
Yeah, I did warn you. It's not exactly appropriate.
Well, I'm sitting here laughing my ass off at the basketball, so.
The basketball in the twat.
Yep.
A woman literally has a basketball shoved in her vagina.
Jesus Christ, what the hell?
That's why Faye and I get along.
I've heard of a woman sticking a Nerf ball in there, but of basketball? What in the
I had a
fuck?
patient with a bowling ball up in there.
Oh my god.
Not stuck.
Yeah, no.
The holes were on the other side. Like the finger holes, the finger grips.
I don't need porn if you're telling me this shit. That's fucked.
Well, luckily we
God.
have the grip glove, so we can just reach up in there, twist it around, put the tool on the side to prevent air pressure, and pull it out.
Yeah, nope. I am never going into the medical field as much as I find it interesting. Nope. And I have a strong stomach, but there's just some shit I just nope.
I think she ended up actually we had to cut her open from.
Oh god, that's even worse.
We do it for childbirth all the time, so.
Yeah, I was gonna guess that you went that way.
Yeah, you just cut it open and get it out.
Yeah.
God, I freaked out when I split my thumb in half with a fucking lid, and I saw my bone moving. I nearly almost passed out. I literally felt like cold inside and shit. I was like, nope.
I'm pretty sure I have a video of a hand with the top part of the hand off completely, so you can see the tendons, and you see somebody pulling the tendons to show you how the hand works.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw my bone.
That's a bit far for me to handle when it comes to that sort of stuff.
I saw my knuckle on my thumb when I cut it open with that can. And that shit was insane. I was like, I don't think I'm supposed to see bone, but I am. Okay. I think I need stitches.
Yeah, I'm very partial to my hands and feet, so anything to do surgically or anything like that to do with hands and feet, that's just a bit above my level of threshold.
We had a patient come in missing his finger and we lost it.
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
Yeah, we found it.
Going to the hospital.
Well, it wasn't reattachable anyway. Thank goodness, because otherwise it'd sue our asses off. But we found it a few hours later, stuck in the ambulance gurney.
Oh
It was in the bag. It wasn't salvageable, so meh, we're good.
No, I like my body parts.
I've never lost an important body part like a penis. I mean, you lose a finger one time.
You can always grow a penis. Right now we're cloning organs, so that's down the pipeline.
We could also, actually, right now, we can transplant from a cadaver.
Yeah.
It's been successfully done.
What the hell?
So if you lose your penis, we can actually do a transplant with a cadaver penis.
I want to just have my penis cloned. I just want mine cloned.
As a kid, that a microsurgeon was on holiday in the middle of buttfuck nowhere because they were playing chicken with an axe, chopping wood, and off came three of his fingers at the first knuckle.
No biggie.
So they just stitched them on, and one of them's a little bit crooked, but hey, they all work. But fancy that, microsurgeon in the middle of buttfuck nowhere. On holiday.
Right.
Just in time for a kid to cut three of his fingers off at the first knuckle.
Well, lucky kid, honestly.
Yeah.
It's great that we can do this shit now.
Well, he's in his 60s now, and he would have been about 10 at the time.
I think the first successful reattachment surgery was done in like the late 1800s.
I wouldn't be surprised.
So, do you guys think we're cloning humans now? I have a strange feeling that we are, and we're just not being.
I know that if you say, like, if your dog were to die, as long as you get a sample within a few days, you take a sample of their skin cells and ship it off to South Korea, and they will clone you a litter of your dog. For like, it's only like $2,000-3,000, and you have exact clones of your dog. They have different personalities, but they are exact clones.
Did you hear about the Chinese genealogist who managed to split the genes of twin embryos to be immune to the AIDS virus?
Yeah, I heard. It's exciting. We finally have human genetic editing for probably the first time here. And everyone knows what the end goal here is. Cat girls. Cat girls are where we're going. And so this is the first step. This is the first infant toddler step towards cat girls. And so I think
for a long time it's going to be limited to things like certain genetic marks. Say
something like that.
Blue-eyed, blonde-haired girl, or if I wanted one of my kids to have my red hair and green eyes, we could gene splice it so that they have those genetic marks.
Blue-eyed people are the superior species. Just saying.
Well, we're trying. Yeah, the Chinese are the best. I mean, we know that.
Hey, I'm blue eyes and I'm not Chinese. What the hell? I'm almost black. My eye color.
I'm green-eyed and red-haired.
With me, if I was to have gene writing in a fetus, I'd go for the neurological problems. Oh, look, it's the one that causes anxiety. Let's turn that one off.
Yeah.
Honestly, I would want them to
turn that one off.
Make my child as healthy and strong and as I possibly could.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That is the normal human impulse. And so now, interesting thing about this. So the Chinese government has announced that they've shut him down. That they've said, no, you can't do this anymore. But the doctor has also said that he's staying in China. So what I think is actually happening is I think he got recruited. I think the Chinese government was like, hey, dude, you just did something really awesome. You're not going to do it in public anymore. You're going to do it for us now in private.
Super soldiers.
Yeah. Yeah, like we're recruiting you for our super soldier program here. Because I mean it's totally feasible the US is probably doing the same thing. And if not, well, in 20, 30 years, China will have a cat girl army. We won't. And we're gonna lose the cat girl gap. It's gonna be mutually assured destruction. There we go.
Jesus,
That's a
dude.
joke. What I think's happened is because of the controversy, the Chinese government's hid him away for a little bit till it all cools down, because the rest of the globe's up in arms going, you can't fucking do that. And that's pretty much just what's happened, is the Western world's going, yeah, fuck no, that's playing God. We don't want you doing that anymore. But over in China, it's perfectly legal to be doing this kind of experimental stuff. But in Western society, it's a big no-no. That's really what it comes down to, is their ethics when it comes to medical experimentation is different to ours.
Yeah.
So they've just put them on hiatus for a while because, these children are going to grow up into adults.
No.
Why quit that particular experiment with these twins now when they're already, halfway along the in Euro development?
We're doing experimentation on eggs and sperm as well. And is it really immoral to do, or unethical, to do an experiment on sperm and eggs or even on fetuses that are a few days old, to where they're just literally a couple of cells on the head of a pin. They're not people, not yet. So
Good morning.
we're not doing human experimentation. It just playing with genomes.
Yeah, exactly. I totally support this human genetic editing. I hope this doctor, as I said, gets recruited, because apparently the only thing that where he might get in actual trouble is apparently he forged some of the permission documents for doing the ethics thing. Now, in my mind, like if he went to the parents and told them, "Hey, I want to edit the genes of your kid. I'm going to do this. Here's what could happen." If the parents said, "Okay, sure, do it," I don't really see the problem there, because so long as the parents knew what they were getting into and approved of it, it's fine. If he forged some documents, that's kind of not good, because one would hope that he didn't forge his data too. That's the other thing too, is this could be a hoax. Hopefully it's not a hoax. Hopefully it's real, because there are some people who do hoaxes on this stuff. But
Yeah.
and I just hope he's actually getting recruited.
So it doesn't sound like much of a hoax to me.
Yeah, I want him to get tons of money from Chinese government, hopefully, to fund this research. The only downside is because it'll be through the Chinese government, other scientists won't have access to it, which sucks. But now we know it's possible. And we know that he's going to share the data that led to the twin thing. So maybe we can get some stuff going here in the West. We need to start into this. We already have that doctor who's working on human cloning right now. So we need to get some more work here. Screw this Western morality of, we don't want to play God. No, I want to play God.
Yes.
I want to edit the genes of humans like one would edit a composition or edit video. Yes, that sounds amazing. Let's do this.
Yes.
Because there's the technological singularity, but the one thing that can beat the technological singularity would be a kind of genetic widespread. Imagine gene editing, because right now gene editing is very expensive. Imagine consumer level gene editing, where a child's toy is like a hamster that you could inject with different things to mutate them in different ways. Yeah, imagine a consumer level biological lab where you can just do that, where casual custom mods to your body are just a thing. So you're customizing. Yeah, I think that would be really cool. And so it's a race right now between AI and the tech and the genetics and the biomods to see which can get to the consumer level first and which can become widespread.
I am a bigger fan of biopunk than all the others, so I go for biological engineering I rather want that.
Same.
Can you say Bioshock? Anybody? Bioshock in the future?
Yeah, why not?
Yes.
Hey,
I'm all for creating an Ayn Rand Gulch here and getting this together and getting away from our corrupt government. I fully support that.
Who lives on a rapture? Tyro and
I'll start that up. See, waifu.
Hi.
Hello, Fi.
Hello. That's Danish. Hi.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi.
Morning.
Hi.
Or evening.
Hi, Pickle. Hi, Lysis. Hi, Phading. Hi, Joshua. Hi, Matt Middleman.
And credit to Golden Bananator for my new current avatar here. I switched to the chibi drawing he used for me.
It's awesome. And
yeah.
Credit to GB for my avatar as well, because that guy is insane with giving me art.
Yeah. And I happen to benefit since I'm the husbando, so yay, fringe benefits. But yeah, it's still showing my old avatar here on my end, but it's showing my new one.
It's showing your chibi one, yes.
It takes 48 hours for it to update.
Okay.
On the user level, but not on everyone else. So yeah, for you, in 2 days you can see it. Otherwise, everyone else can see it now.
Okay.
Okay.
Never bothered changing mine. It automatically just puts up whatever picture I have, I guess. I've never changed to an avatar. It's just when I change my pictures, like either Twitter or Facebook, everything else just follows. So, including this. I don't want to have to explain to my family why I have a cartoon avatar on Facebook.
That's right. I did my face.
So, how's our favorite hermaphrodite?
What? I don't know. I'm not a hermaphrodite.
Lo-fi.
Female. Oh.
Wait, what?
How's our favorite hermaphrodite?
I can't hear what you're saying. What?
I'm asking how you are.
Yeah, she's calling you a hermaphrodite, Lo-Fi. No,
Oh.
not exactly, not precisely correct.
That's what. Oh, that's the part I didn't get. Okay, I'm doing good. I
Yeah.
thank you. How are you, Lysis?
I'm good.
Oh, and I was having a conversation with Miss Steam was on earlier. I think actually I don't know if this is the first time I've gotten to stream with Miss Steam, or not. But yeah, I like her. I like a lot of her stuff. But she was talking about foods that a lot of people want her to eat, Lo-Fi. So I was saying she should talk to you, since I literally did that for you when you came over. Like give your crash course in a lot of American foods, including Denny's, which is a lesson of don't do that.
America #1.
He did you?
So I did miss a few. We didn't do a lot of Cajun stuff. I will also admit that. Didn't do a lot of gumbo.
Get Krispy Kremes.
I want Waffle House.
Yeah, Waffle House was the winner, surprisingly.
Waffle.
I mean, I'm not complaining about Waffle House being the winner either. Waffle House hash browns are like my favorite comfort food too. So yeah.
Waffle House hash browns triple portion with Burns chili. That was the best. Holy fuck.
It sounds really good, and I wish we had one over here in Oregon.
I'm doing ribs tonight.
Well, they've managed to penetrate all the way up to Pennsylvania, so they could move up to Oregon eventually.
Yes, penetrate.
That would be.
We're penetrating everyone. Waffle House. And notorious rapists.
That sounds a little rapey.
It does. You go to Waffle House, you get penetrated with good food.
Yeah, they penetrate your mouth with good food. Yes.
Yeah, and then you go home to Tyro, and then you get your mouth penetrated again.
Oh yes.
Oh dear.
Yeah, you come over again. You need to try Casey's Pizza at Krispy Kremes.
Well, as I said, Casey's Pizza is like in Kansas. I can't.
In Iowa, Nebraska, and South Dakota,
Illinois.
Yeah, but I'm in Texas, so Kansas is the closest, and
it's worth the drive. Up 80 north.
Yep.
We'll put that on the maybe list.
It is definitely worth the drive.
Yes.
Wouldn't Missouri be the closest? Because wouldn't they also have one too?
Wouldn't the what?
Missouri, wouldn't they also have that pizza place?
Casey's?
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
The one on the map I said it was permanently closed, so
yeah, just hop 180 north, drive straight up. You'll be there at the nearest one in what, 12 hours, give or take?
No, more than that. I mean, it's 5 hours to Dallas alone.
Damn.
Well, I know it's like 16 hours from Sioux City to Austin, so.
We can just
like northern Iowa, right on South Dakota border, so it can't be that much more than 12 hours to Kansas.
Let's order online from Casey's to Denmark.
I would love to see that.
No, because I'll tell you the kitchen is closed.
Yeah, but it opens up in like 2 hours.
See, they have maple pecan Danish. Oh my god, they have my pastry.
Yeah.
They stole it.
It opens up in an hour, dude.
Yep.
Your time.
Cultural appropriation.
I keep forgetting I'm in a different time zone now.
Yeah, that does take a long time to get used to. I lived in Missouri for 2 years, and I was like, fuck.
Yeah, I spent my 90% of my life in the central time zone. So whenever I'm not in central, I'm just fucked off.
Yeah.
So I'm in mountain now.
That's how I felt when I was in Arizona and in Vermont.
So have anyone besides me and Tyro seen Shrek Retold?
No.
No.
Watch that. It's fucking amazing.
It's good, yeah.
200 plus content creators that remade Shrek.
Yeah. You have The music is surprisingly good. There's like one song that's like but on purpose. But there are several takes like the "I'm a Believer." They do it as an 80s in the style of 1980s synth wave with "I'm a Believer."
Wow.
And what's this called?
Works.
Shrek Retold. It's like ShrekCon wanted to upload Shrek to YouTube, but every time they tried, it got taken down. So they decided to make 200 plus different creators to make Shrek. Each got a couple scenes, a scene or so to remake in their own style, and that's the entirety of this movie.
Yeah. So you have everything from traditional hand-drawn animation to live action to claymation, Legos, even cardboard cutouts that they run along on like pre-cut out rails, which is very clever, technically speaking. But I mean, you even have like some actual good anime. Like, there's some good animation. There's like 3 or 4 where the
It's like an hour and a half long.
Yeah, it's the entire movie.
Yeah, they put some real effort into some of that. The most of the live actions are just for laughs. There's one live action sequence where they really like actually did honest to goodness cinematography and you know tried to really act it, and they did some costuming and makeup on it. I think the best animated sequence is when he's fighting the guards. When he arrives at Farquaad's place, and Farquaad's like, you know, new plan. Whoever kills the ogre wins. And you know that whole fight, it's redone as a combo of JoJo and Kill la Kill.
Yeah,
it's just amazing. Yeah, just
I pulled it up. I'll probably watch it a little bit here.
Yeah,
fucking funny. It's absurd. It's amazing.
Yeah, you get I think Rat Boy does some. Oh, Chris Chan does a scene.
Yeah,
you actually get Chris Chan.
Yeah, Sunny Chew and everything. And it's not the worst part of the movie.
No, yeah, Chris Chan's drawings are actually not like if you're going like good to bad scale, he does not fall on the bad side of the drawings.
Oh, he falls straight in the middle. It's competently enough. That's insane to say.
He's bolstered by the company, but yeah. It's great. It's great. It's surreal. You get the gist of the movie, but it's surreal, and yeah, it's what Shrek 5 should have been.
And we streamed the entirety on Moonifest yesterday.
Yep.
The entire
movie.
Yep, with commentary from Lo and I.
AKA me screaming with laughter on occasion. That's how far I got. Holy fuck.
Yeah, the only downside was like Lo-Fi was like I think 10 seconds ahead of me somehow. Yeah. Like we were both watching the same stream, but I was getting it 10 seconds after her or something. So we were slightly out of sync.
Goddamn Ethernet cables.
Yeah, it's like when we were what were we watching earlier today, Tyro.
There was another stream, yeah. Antoine's stream, right?
Yeah, you were. Yeah, that's it. You before I went down and ruined it. You were ahead of me, so this is probably streamed from a European country. That's why I was ahead of you.
Yeah. Well, no. See, you didn't ruin Antoine's stream. You boosted it. That's the funniest that Antoine has been in months.
It's not funny.
I don't know who he is.
You're lucky.
Yeah.
That's really
wow.
That was the best episode of Army of Snarkness that they've ever made, and it was because of you, Lo-Fi. Period. End of story.
I can't believe it's such a boring show, and he just 15 minutes into it, but after he kicked me, he starts reading from a book. That's the show.
I don't want to know.
Don't give a fuck, and you just go with it until you hit a right note.
If I can't be entertained, I'm not watching it. The whole point of me having a stream on is to listen to while I'm doing other shit, and I want to be entertained by it. Otherwise, I'm shut it off.
Yeah.
12 minutes on it until I'm kicked, and that part was funny because I was just adamant. I made him leave at one point. That's great.
Yeah, it was great. Oh man, I was trying to feed you material in the chat. Unfortunately, no one was reading the chat during that, which was terrible.
I do that a lot. I troll the chats.
I do the same. That's kind of what I did earlier tonight.
Tyro, they can't. If they read the chat, then they cannot roleplay. That will mess with them.
Well,
no, it doesn't. Multitask, bitches.
Yeah, that's the
Right.
excuse. It's not, I'm
Doesn't
not
make
justifying the excuse. I'm just saying what the excuse is for why they
So,
don't.
yeah.
Chat.
Yeah.
If
lame
in order to
excuse.
role play, I need someone to bounce off of if I'm role playing. So a chat is actually helpful to me because I can respond to things in a chat while role playing.
But
That
did you
works.
see? I tried so hard, man, to make it to like start convos, but everyone was just fucking silent in stream, not saying anything.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we do have a new canon though for Army's Darkness. So Doc Griffin, was you met Doc Griffin in Thailand when he was
Yes.
sampling the Ladyboys.
Yeah.
And I am also apparently from Thailand now.
Yeah.
Somehow.
Yes,
which
and
makes
so is,
no sense.
and I found Antoine in a dumpster in Thailand, and that's part of his law now. So he's
Yes, and Antoine has agreed to pay all my living expenses because apparently Lo-Fi bought me, I guess.
Yes.
And so he's agreed to pay all her back pay and expenses, which
For
are my
firing me.
expenses.
That's
Who
about
who doesn't want
$10,000.
a grasshopper?
All right. I'm calling it at this point because I'm starting to fall asleep.
Okay.
So
Alright.
I'm not passing out on my own stream. That's a little fucked up.
I've seen people do that.
You're not going to pull a really nearly viral, pass out, hump your mattress?
No. I don't need to do that.
Well, Anu Vlada has passed out on his own stream. I remember that.
Damn.
Yeah, that's because he does like the I'll stream until I pass out, and then he just passes out.
Failure's done it a couple of times.
I'm stopping it before I hit that mark. There are certain things I just don't want to become known for.
Yeah.
But you're known for
Snoring,
greatness. Don't worry, you're safe.
I know, and I need to remain great.
Good.
So
Be the Lord of the Night.
The Lord of the mad, awesome music.
If there's anything you guys would like to shill, please do so now.
Don't be an ass, be a troll. That's my only word of advice.
Pickle, do you want to shill something?
Tuesdays, my channel, Full Metal Pickle. I do that sounding board show. We bullshit about music, and sometimes, if I remember, I actually have topics and guests.
I've been unsubscribed from your channel, Pickle.
What?
I just looked. I've been unsubscribed from your YouTube channel.
Thank you, YouTube, for fucking up again.
It's easy enough to fix.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I hit 100 subs like 3 times because they kept taking subs from me right as I hit 100.
Yep.
Yeah, they do this to me all the fucking time.
It's fucking annoying.
And I don't usually catch it.
I had to resubscribe to a lot of people. I'm like, the fuck? And you come up as a recommended? You're fucking retarded, dude.
Right.
Oh, that got underneath my skin. It was like, I was there for like 30 minutes, like resubbing.
Yeah, resubscribed.
Yay.
I saw
Okay.
that.
Tyro, shrill, not shill your hour-long She-Ra video.
Oh yes, so I'm currently at work on a She-Ra video. It's 54 minutes long. The audio is done. I'm getting the video portion done. So what I've been doing is going through gathering screen caps to slap in there. I'm just finished episode 6 today, so I'm halfway done. I'm at the 21-minute mark. So 7 more episodes remain. Boy, well, so I'm about halfway through. So I'm taking it like chunks of 3 to preserve my sanity. Because the more times you watch the new She-Ra, the worse it gets. Trust me on that. And so that will be coming out maybe in a couple weeks. At the current rate, I'm going to work on another video in the meantime on criticizing children's programming, like why that's important, and also debunking the 3 most common arguments people use when you're like, "Oh, it's a children's show. Why are you doing that?" Well, no, that's actually important. So I'm going to have a video on that probably coming out before that one.
Aimed at adults is okay for children. It's that kind of thing.
I think people are just considering children to be too fucking stupid. Or treating them too stupid.
Because a lot of people were like, "Oh, why are you criticizing the new She-Ra? It's for kids." And like, no,
that's no excuse for bad writing. And
exactly.
People who are that retarded, they're in an asylum.
Yeah, but I've got that video coming out, and of course we have Moonfest Tuesdays, 8 p.m. Central. we're considering moving the time because we're getting some people telling us that we're on too early. So maybe that'll change. But we'll stick to the Tuesday 8 p.m. Central time slot for now.
There's I don't have a YouTube channel yet, but there is a young kid. He's 14, and I put his YouTube name in the side chat. He has brain cancer, and he's currently in a coma. So he wanted to have like 25,000 subscribers before he died, and it doesn't look like he's going to make it. He's at 16,811 right now. I don't think he's going to make the goal.
Well, link him and we'll do our best.
Well, I just put his channel name in the side chat. But yeah, he's currently in a coma, so it doesn't look like he's going to make it in time.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, he has what, brain cancer?
Yeah, he's got brain cancer, and he slipped into a coma yesterday.
Oof.
Dude.
He's 14. So
Oh, fuck, man.
I tweeted it out. I did the best I could, but like I said, I don't have a channel yet, so yeah, it's sad. But
Also,
I think they said he wanted 25,000 before he died. So but there is his channel link.
That's horrifying. Okay.
Yeah, it's sad,
It is.
but
He's got 16K at the moment.
yep, his goal was 25,000. So, like I said, he's in a coma now. So hopefully he can get there before it's too late.
Yep.
So.
Well, I'm not really on Twitter at the moment, but I will pass it around and I will do what I can
And
for him.
in the live stream chat, I've just put his channel.
Okay.
Awesome.
Good deal.
Because someone did ask for the link just as I was looking up for myself to, click on it.
Yeah.
Well, then I will.
On a
consider
lighter
that,
note, sub to lo-fi. Hey!
Yes.
Yes.
My wife, who makes the best content, her flute music is superb. And didn't you make a rap song, lo-fi?
Oh, I did make a rap song. Can I play the rap song? Let me play you off. I have it ready. I ready. I'm gonna play my rap song right now.
All right, go for it.
We're back. This is the Snatchcast, run by a gorilla. He's become a fucking back rat. Leaf is in the club now, and so Ruckus wants to tap that. Briefly taken down by some pathetic foreign sad sack who tried to take the viewers cause he's never fucking had that.
Shut the fuck up!
Rusty better gear up in his
Interrupt me
How are
again!
you and cover up your ass crack? And if you're not a massive bitch, then I'm a fucking pacifist. So tell me who you are and then I'll show you just what drastic is. I'll turn you to a masochist, then burn you with the mattresses they throw out at the dump after some accidents from bastard kids.
Eminem's Canadian?
That's an invitation.
Yep.
Yes, perfect. I love stealing credit for his song because I sound nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, Lo-Fi. We know you can rap better than him.
Yeah. And one thing I do feel bad about when the Cunt stream got wiped. So my ending theme of my channel, I have a quote from Schmeckle saying that is the best video on the internet, Tyro, and the source for that is gone, permanently deleted into the ether.
Yeah, he's taking legal action right now. He's never gonna get the channel back.
No.
But he can at least get it shut down or get this jackass off of it.
Yeah.
Yep.
He bought it on another forum, so he's got the person's name that sold it and the person that bought it. So,
So the hacker sold access to the channel?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And this dude was asking for like $1,000 to sell it back to him, but he's going to route. So, the channels.
So did the guy delete all the videos, or did he just like hide them?
The buyer deleted all the videos and everything and turned it into this Bifu pics or whatever.
What the fuck?
The channel was stolen.
That's why I back up everything.
And then sold.
That's why I don't make my password 1234 password, Brockus.
Or click suspicious fucking emails that come.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The problem is the otaku porn.
And that's illegal in Canada, at least. So
Canada.
He's going the legal route. Like, he's not going to get the channel back, obviously.
Otaku porn. Yay! Every orc needs an orc girl to wank off to. That's how they got him. All those
Cthulhu porn.
And you know what? I think that's where we should leave it.
What, Cthulhu?